We'll get started here in just a minute. I think we have some people kind of joining in right now, so we'll get started here in just a moment. Well, I'm not seeing anybody in the waiting room, so we might as well get started here. So I just wanted to kind of welcome everybody to the third working group meeting for the TSP Part 4 amendment process. I'm Marcus Chatfield. I'm the Undersea Cable Coordinator at DLCD. And let's just briefly go through, just in case there are people who don't know everyone, because I see some kind of new names in the chat here. Let's go through and introduce each other. I will pass it on to Andy next.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Andy Lanier. I'm the Marine Affairs Coordinator for DLCD.
Tara?
Morning, everyone. Tara Brock. I'm chair of this working group and also vice chair of OPAC and represent coastal conservation. And I will pass it along to, oh, and I guess I should say in my day job, I work at Oceana. I'll pass it along to Scott. Oh, you're on mute, Scott.
Thank you, Tara. Scott McMullen, representing North Coast Commercial Fisheries. My day job is I work as chairman of the Oregon Fishermen's Cable Committee in Astoria.
Jamie Faraday?
Yeah, I'm a coastal at large OPAC member, retired teacher in Coos Bay.
Laurel Hillman?
Morning, everybody. Laurel Hillman, Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, Ocean Shore Resource Coordinator.
Bill Henry?
Hi, Bill Henry with Pacific Ocean Energy Trust. I'm the new alternate rep for POET, and Jason will be joining sometime later in this meeting.
Elaine?
Hi, good morning. I'm Elaine Albridge. I'm a citizen rep at large. I'm a land use and permitting attorney at Davis Ridge, Maine, based in Portland.
Jonathan Allen?
Good morning, John Allen, coastal geomorphologist with the Oregon Department of Geology and Mineral Industries.
Natalia?
Morning, everyone. Natalia, Stranarka Submerged Cable Analyst, Department of State Land.
Reed?
Hi, Reed Burgett. I'm a geologist at the Department of Geology and Mineral Industries. Thanks.
Let's see. Delia?
Good morning, everyone. I'm the Ocean Energy Coordinator with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Here today to observe. Becky Anthony will be representing ODFW.
Let's go to Becky Anthony then.
Morning, everyone. I'm Becky Anthony from Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Lene Rutledge?
Good morning, Lene Rutledge. I represent the North Coast as a coastal resident and actively engaged in our coastal community. Thank you.
Sorry, trying to see in my list here of people that I have not hit yet. Ryan Hoof?
Good morning, everybody. Ryan Hoof here from the Department of Environmental Quality, where I'm the policy and legislative analyst for our water quality programs.
Ryan Wapshaw?
Good morning, everybody. Ryan Wapshaw with Wapshaw Consulting. I'm engaged with DLCD on the best practices study, which is circulated for this meeting in draft form, and then also representing the submarine cable industry and the working group.
Susan Chambers.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Susan Chambers, South Coast Fisheries rep on OPAC. And my day job, I work for the West Coast Seafood Processors Association.
Is there anybody that I'm missing? Andy, do you see anyone that I have not called on?
I see Scott from ODFW.
Oh,
Good morning, Scott Marion, Marine Habitat Project Leader with the Marine Program in Newport. I do ROV surveys and provide comment to DSL on fiber optic cables.
Okay, I also see a phone number beginning with a 360 area code.
Yeah, hey, good morning. Kim Peacher here with the Navy, also supporting the Department of Defense. I work with local regional state agencies across Oregon and Washington and support throughout the north, beyond the Northwest, also on the entire West Coast, both on and offshore.
Thank you. Well, good morning, Kim. And the last I see is Deanna.
Good morning, folks. Deanna Carciello of Sea and Shore Solutions. Just checking back in on the process. Excited to see how everything's going with part 4. Happy to be here.
awesome. Thank you. I think that's everybody. Is there anybody else that I've missed? All right. Gonna kind of, if I can get my PowerPoint to work here. As I said, I'm Marcus Chatfield. Here's my contact information. If anybody needs to get a hold of me, it's right there. I'm kind of dropped in the working group meeting summary from the second working group meeting. I don't know if the working group members have had a chance to take a look at that. It's been up on the OregonOcean.info website. Are there any revisions that anybody who has looked at that would like to note right now? Becky Anthony?
Yeah, no, I just had a question because in it said that we were going to talk about like site suitability mapping today and clarity on the legislative intent, and I didn't see it on the agenda. So I just wanted to clarify whether or not that was something we were going to talk about today.
Yes, it is. There was some last minute changes to the agenda, and I will go over those here in just a moment so that that will be talked about right after this beginning portion. Any other changes or clarifying questions? Okay. So just going to briefly go over the agenda, a little bit of changes, as I said. We just went through the welcome and introductions, going over the agenda now. We're going to do a quick review of the meeting schedule, talk about ongoing recruitment, and discuss with Scott and the rest of us a potential site tour that he may be able to set up for us. Then Andy's going to kind of take over and discuss the legislative directive as we had just talked about. Then we'll have a quick break. After that, we're going to have an update from Reed with Dogami on the undersea cable landing sighting report. We'll be taking lunch at 11:30, followed by a 30 minutes of public comment. Right after the public comment session, we'll be doing a Q&A session with Ryan Wapshall on the best practices study. So hopefully all of you've had a chance to kind of go through that. I know we got a little bit of feedback via email. I really encourage everybody to, or anybody who has feedback on any of the studies or any of the amendments to email me so that I can make note of that and add that into any amendment changes that may be coming up. Elaine, did you have a question?
Yeah, just a question for the public comment versus the agenda item for discussing the draft amendment. So is the public comment for items other than the draft amendment language?
It can be for, so public comment is for people who are not part of the working group, who are still participating in the meeting to comment on anything that any of this process that they'd like to talk about.
Okay, and then thinking ahead for the discussing the draft amendments, is that going to be more like a presentation of the rationale for this first draft of language that we're seeing and kind of some discussion about where it came from? Or are you looking for immediate feedback from members, or how can we prepare for that for this afternoon?
Excellent question. I'll be walking through the entire draft amendment on slide by slide, and we will go through each of the sections, and I can talk about the rationale for the changes that have been made, but also I'm wanting discussion and feedback on those changes, or if you have suggestions for other amendments that we can add into the second draft.
Okay,
That
thanks for the clarification.
absolutely, yeah. Becky Anthony.
Yeah, will there be an opportunity for us to provide like detailed written comments on the draft amendments as well?
Yes, there's absolutely, you can provide that at any time.
Okay.
That'll be kind of on the next next slide as to, you know, the schedule of if you would like those written comments to be utilized in the next draft, then they'll need to get to me, you know, about a week from now.
Okay.
But you can send them to me at any time. They just may not make it to this next cut of the draft. It may be the next draft after that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, we'll have a break after we talk with Ryan, and then we will discuss the draft amendments as we've talked about, and then plan for the next meeting before we end for the day. So talking about dates for upcoming meetings, material and review timelines. I got the materials to you last Wednesday. Today, you know, any of the red circles here when we're having a meeting, and any of the blue circles are when I would like that written feedback on draft language. That's the last date that I'd like it back in order for it to make, you know, any kind of changes to the next draft. Sorry, I have notifications popping up of people in the waiting room. And then, like I said, the yellow circles, I'll be providing materials, so new drafts or any other kind of updates that I might have. Kind of talking about this schedule kind of segues us into talking about this landing site tour. I talked a little bit with Scott McMullen yesterday about this, but I'd like to have a little bit of a discussion. We were thinking that it might be best for the March meeting to try and fit in a landing site tour and do a hybrid meeting. So in person for those who'd like to go to visit the landing site. Scott, do you want to tell us a little bit more about what's been offered to us as far as what we can expect?
Yes, the cable landing station that I have approval to bring a tour to is called the Nadana Beach Cable Landing Station. It's just north of Rockaway. There is a neighborhood called Nadana Beach, and the actual vault where the cables go to sea, they called it a beach manhole, is in a street in the Nadana neighborhood. But the actual cable station is a little further from the ocean, just on the east side of 101 and north of Neoconi High School. Neoconi? I think it's Neoconi High School. And so I've been in the facility before, but it's been quite a few years. It's a secure facility, and I was told that we'd have to have ID for everyone would have to show ID be kind of cleared in, but excuse me. But that's been made available. The site tour, I'm guessing, will probably take at least an hour just for the cable station, maybe even a little more. There's a lot to it. And then probably, since we'd be so close, it'd be worthwhile seeing where the vault is and seeing what it looks like. Then we've also been offered a tour. That cable landing station is owned by a company called ACS, or Alaska Communication Systems. And they have their network operations center in Hillsboro, and they've offered a tour of that as well. And that's in a sort of in a tech district in Hillsboro, very close to Highway 26, just south of 26 and a little bit west of 185th Street.
So I guess the question is, so we have our meeting the 1st of March. Does the March meeting seem like a good fit for folks? I guess there are more questions involved in this as to whether we should do a half-day meeting with a full day meeting, but with the first half of it being doing the site tours, and then trying to find a location in Hillsboro to have the in-person section hybrid meeting for that afternoon, or make it a 2-day meeting. just throwing some kind of ideas out there. I'd like to get the group's input on that. Any thoughts?
Marcus, I'll just say too, also that we've held one of our board meetings at a data center in Hillsborough that's nearby, and that is different but similar in role to the cable landing network operations center in Hillsborough, and it might be quite interesting for this group to see a data center, a massive building, and extremely high tech and very, very secure. But it would there's a possibility we could meet there and have a tour and then end with a meeting in their meeting room. I have to check to see if that's a possibility, but it may be. I can get that, try to do that today if we can during lunch.
Excellent. Thank you, Scott. Laurel, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I put it in the chat, but I was just offering that our Nehalem Bay State Park has a meeting hall, and that's pretty close. It's just on the other side of the bay from Nadana Beach. So if it was of interest to the group to do that portion of the site visit and then have an in-person meeting, I could book that meeting hall for the group, just in case that was helpful.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Laurel. Tara?
Yeah, I think my only comment would be if we have more than a half day's worth of meeting to do in March, given we only have 3 more meetings, I just want to make sure that, you know, if we are taking the time that we're reserving enough time for the work that we need to do and reviewing amendments, et cetera. So that would be my only caution on doing the half day. So.
Absolutely. Any other comments? So what I think I'll do, since I'm not seeing anybody else raising their hand, what I think I'll do is I'll send out an email to the working group and ask for feedback as far as that goes, see what I hear back from Scott, and if we need to reserve any locations, and whether we're going to do a half day or a full day meeting with like an optional tour on the day before. So I will send that email out shortly after this meeting. Okay, so we'll move on from there unless anybody else has anything to say about that. Just wanted to kind of give another brief plug that we still have unfilled seats, have not added anyone since the last meeting. If you know of anybody, please send them to me because I would love to have some more people in for these last few meetings that we do have. And with that, I'm going to pass it on to Andy to talk more about the legislative directive.
Yeah, thank you, Marcus. Why don't you go ahead and move forward to the next slide? So the question arose at our last meeting where we had a discussion about the directive to this group and what that meant specifically in regards to creating suitable landing sites. And I read this and created an interpretation for myself, and then I also sent an email to the DOJ rep as staff for the Ocean Policy Advisory Council, Steve Shipsey. And so I want to relay his interpretation without actually doing a legislative intent analysis, which is possible, but you know, what Steve relayed to me, and after my reading of this language, I want to break it down for you all. So subsection 2 of the House Bill 2603, that first 2 sentences up at the top says 2 things. The first sentence is the OPAC shall develop recommendations for amendments to the Territorial Sea Plan, Part 4. That's basically what the first sentence says. The second sentence says, in developing those recommendations, the council shall consider a review provided to the council under subsection 1, and that review then details a number of items. In particular, that sub B, 2 sub B says suitable landing sites, including a mapping analysis of opportunities, limitations, and requirements for landing sites. So when taken together, OPAC shall conduct and consider the review provided by a study of the suitable landing sites. But that does not mean that the council has to adopt a recommendation that includes a map of suitable landing sites. It just says that the council shall consider the ability of using a map, but that is not required. Same with that section, I think it was, there was a look at other states in their permitting process. Was it sub? I think it was in sub G.
It's I.
Is it I? Okay. In terms of standards that are applicable in other states. So the council shall consider standards from other places. But again, those are not requirements for this group to have to adopt those standards. And what that means essentially is that OPAC has been tasked with making sure that we review studies that can inform us as to the value of having that information. And we can use maps if the working group and the council so desire to help guide suitable landing locations. But that is not a requirement as a legislative directive for us that we have to use or that we have to produce a map of very specific suitable landing locations. So in discussion with Marcus, one of the things that we are thinking about and factoring is what is a middle ground, what makes sense given the amount of time that we have as a working group, what is a reasonable target, and what does kind of the broad community of folks who are participating with us on this working group, how do we all feel about what we want to try and aim for? So certainly I think we could create kind of general zones where there are some reasonable places that could be excluded from consideration. When I think about that, I think about our important rocky headlands, places that are characterized as high relief rocky habitats where adjacent to shore there may be significant elevation differences, things that really wouldn't make sense as a suitable landing location anyways, as well as other requirements or other limitations of geography. So if there are marine protected areas, marine reserves, rocky habitat sites that have been designated for conservation, those kind of places don't make sense either as a place that you would want to land a cable. So I think there's kind of a middle ground if we want to shoot for, where we could create some broad zones, but then highlight types of areas to be avoided or types of geomorphology to be avoided. And then what you're left with then is kind of a section of the coast that is not characterized by one of those features. So that is certainly, I think, something that we could aim for. But I don't think that I've heard from this group a desire to have a very discrete set of landing sites that companies are going to be required to consider. Now, I'd like to hear from the rest of the group, and before we do so, I'm going to ask Marcus or Tara if I described that well enough for y'all or if I missed anything. That's kind of the legal interpretation that I got from our council rep, as well as my own reading of the bill.
Yeah, Andy, I think that you stated it well in what we talked about. I think I think given our timeline for the working group and the materials that we have available, I think that having some kind of middle ground between a list of criteria and looking at the maps that are being provided to us and what information we do have about the coast, there could be the possibility to have that middle ground of some broad areas that are to be avoided or some broad areas that are to be preferred. Elaine, you had input.
Thanks. Yeah. Thanks, Andy and Marcus. Yeah, I agree, Andy and Marcus, with this kind of middle ground approach rather than spending our time doing mapping, because there's already some, other mapping tools out there. So maybe just sticking with the best practices of avoiding particular types of habitat or topography, preferred types of habitat or topography for routing. And then also just for consideration of looking at the legislative intent, parts 1 and 2 of section 2 work together. So there's some directive for the working group versus the directive for OPAC itself. So I think, my interpretation of it is our job is to try to put together the data and the some of the analysis for OPAC then to use in doing what it's directed to do in subpart 2. So looking forward to continuing that discussion. Thanks.
Joanne Morris.
Hi, yes, thank you. So once again, I represent Google, and I just want to point out that I think it is reasonable to point out areas to be avoided. And I just want to say that I agree with that sentiment, that would be a better approach than to be picking out specific areas that are preferred landings. Preferred landings, there's a lot of research that goes into it, a lot of studies. And, I think that it's better for us to just concentrate on areas to be avoided.
Thank you. Becky Anthony.
Yeah, ultimately the concept of like areas to avoid ODFW would support, but it also means to say like that the remaining areas are not necessarily suitable for landing. Like you would still need to explore with specific criteria. Like ultimately it's in the details of what we establish.
Absolutely, Becky. And I think that some of that is addressed in the amendments with the resource inventory and impacts analysis type stuff. So thank you. Kim Peacher.
Hi, sorry, I'm trying to do this all by the phone here, so *6, *9. But I'm sure Andy's heard this before from the DoD, but we would prefer utilization of the 2022 DoD offshore wind assessment as far as communicating areas of concern. Unfortunately, we can't necessarily get down into the nitty-gritty from a mapping perspective for the underwater sea cables and any adverse impacts to national security and national defense, for understandable reasons. So again, that's probably the extent to where we can go from a transparency, visibility of training, testing, and operations, and concerns associated with those. And then, of course, we, really rely heavily on early coordination and communication to address concerns based on specific geographies and specific projects.
Thank you, Kim. Tara.
Thanks. Yeah, I think I agree with this general approach of having no-go zones, areas to be avoided, where the state would not support landing cables. And then within the rest of the zones, having a set of criteria for what would be a suitable landing site. And even within that, some preference, as we've discussed, potentially for cable corridors, landing cables in similar places, et cetera. So I think I mean, I think the legislation gives us a lot of flexibility in what we're going to do. And I think having sort of a middle ground with a lot of sideboards would give a lot of comfort for how we move forward. And I just wanted to give Lene a chance to also weigh in here if, in case to make sure that we've addressed all of the understanding and sort of where the authority that the statute has given us.
Marcus?
Yep.
This is Lene. Thanks, Tara. I think you just captured what my concerns were. I really want to make sure that we're all really focused on not just what industry wants, but what's best for the state of Oregon. And what I haven't seen so far has been a sense of ownership by the state of Oregon that they need to lead the policy on this. And I guess when I was raising this at the last meeting, it was somewhat in response to comments that were made about, well, industry is going to decide where they want to land. And, you know, at the end of the day, yes, they decide where it is that they want to do business. But I think we need to be in that leadership position to say, here's the criteria, here's the policy that the state of Oregon is adopting regarding landing sites, and that we're respectful of not just the physical environment and the marine environment, but also the communities that get impacted. But I appreciate the chance to be able to follow up. Thank you.
Thank you, Lene. Any other input on this? Tara?
Yeah, I would just echo what Lene said about that when we think of maps, we probably think of resources, very specifically environmental or natural resources. And I do think it's important to also have the communities be an aspect of that, which I know is in this list of considerations, as well as public engagement. But thinking about our criteria for suitable landing sites and how we engage with the communities. So I like keeping that within the realm of how we think about what suitability means. So I think obviously there's a lot more discussion here on all of this, and we'll be working through sort of what our goal and view of suitable criteria is. But I just want to make sure everyone's comfortable with that approach moving forward, and think that it'll result in a good policy for the state of Oregon.
Thank you, Tara. Anyone else have any thoughts? Scott?
Yeah, I'm supportive of this general concept of sort of looking at what's reasonable, trying to set some standards and guideboards that would keep things in appropriate areas, but not delineate on a map and say, here's all the places that you can go and here's all the places you can. I think that's really an unworkable system.
Thank you, Scott. Anyone else?
Well, Marcus, I guess I'm hearing two takeaways for us, and I'd like to kind of talk through my thinking and get the group's opinion on that. The first of which is I think that we can, using maps and some criteria, we can identify sections of Oregon's shore that really don't make sense. And, you know, for us, that would be, you know, putting some of the high relief kind of areas of our rocky shores, kind of highlight those in certain segments of the coast. And then conversely, that would highlight the other places. And then I would like to kind of enumerate and kind of create a list of the criteria preferred, or I guess not. That's not exactly the right verbiage there, but, you know, some kind of, you know, you should try and avoid these things. You shall avoid some of these things. So create some differentiation and kind of the strength of a policy statement about, you know, rocky habitats as an example. You know, you shall avoid rocky habitats in the near shore and on the shoreline as an example. So I'd like to try and marry a map-based approach with some criteria that can then give us a sense of kind of the remaining areas that we would be considering as that kind of suitable sweet spot, so to speak. So I don't know if we'll be able to get there by the February meeting. That might have to be something that we work on over a couple months, but that is kind of a constructive takeaway that I'm hearing from this discussion. Does that sound about right?
If I'm hearing you correctly, Andy, you're saying to take sections of the coast and utilizing criteria, say these are no-go areas, but any of that's not saying it's a free for all for any area that's not a no-go. It's saying, okay, now we look at this rubric that has the criteria that we want or the criteria that we should avoid, and then we kind of apply that rubric to any of those spots that aren't delineated as a no-go area. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Does anyone else have any thoughts on that?
I saw some thumbs up, and so.
Becky, Anthony?
Yeah, I just wanted to offer, ODFW would be happy to like work with DLCD on like that kind of married approach of what to avoid and what may be more preferable.
Yeah, thank you for the offer. We'll certainly take you up on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Anyone else? Thoughts? Scott?
Yeah, thank you, Marcus. I think it's also appropriate though when we're making these taking this all into consideration that we look at where cables are located, what the offshore area is like. The cable landing beach manhole for some of the cables down on the south coast are actually on a somewhat high bluff. I'm going to check the elevation, but I think the really important thing is what's offshore. So if we eliminate areas that have good offshore bottom for easy cable burial, we don't do any service to the state. So I think it's just important that we look at everything and not just, look at everything as a whole. We look at where cable transmission backhaul lines are. We look at the geography offshore, and we look at those social factors that would influence things at a cable landing site.
Thank you, Scott. Anyone else? Is there any other questions, maybe not specifically related to cable landing sites, where folks are feeling like they need more clarity on parts of the House bill? All right. I'm not, Jonathan?
Yeah, I was just going to offer a comment in that, and I just want to reinforce what Scott just said before. The work that we're doing, that is Dugami's doing, to evaluate sites along the Oregon coast. I mean, we're looking at everything, and that was what we were tasked to do. And we recognize certain areas based on input from this group already that are probably no-go areas. The obvious ones being marine protected areas, high cliff areas around headlands and things like that. And you know, again, following the conversation that's already been started today, we're looking for additional guidance to further refine those areas where it may be acceptable or it may not be. And again, we're looking at all criteria, and this group's task is to provide that sort of level of guidance to us so we can actually, you know, develop these generalized maps that give you some sense of where areas could be developed further, and that includes, you know, existing sites. So I think some of these results are going to come out in the work that Reed will present later this morning, and obviously as we continue to work on this over the next few months.
Thank you, Jonathan. Scott, did you have something else, or is that a previous hand raise?
Sorry, that was a previous.
Okay,
legacy
no
hand.
worries. Ryan Wapshall?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment, to contribute to this effort. I think that for those of us that do work in the submarine cable industry, we have a pretty clear idea, as others on this call do as well, not only where cables go, but where are desirable locations to construct new cables. So I think we could provide that guidance, which could then be cross-checked against what Dagami's doing, against ODFW's criteria and what they're looking for, as well as other agencies, just to provide a little bit more guidance. Because I think to date, existing cables in Oregon have been constructed along all types of coastline environments with suitable offshore conditions and without suitable offshore conditions. And so I think it'd be pretty straightforward to put together a list of good locations in DAG just at a working level for further discussion. So I'd be happy to participate with folks on that.
Excellent. Thank you, Ryan. I think that would be useful. Any other thoughts on this?
Well, I guess one thought is I've heard a couple of immediate volunteers for help on this particular topic. So wondering if there's value in a little subcommittee that can help to create a draft that then the rest of the group could respond to. I often find that at a group this size, it's hard to get everyone involved in creating a next work product that could be reviewed, but a small subcommittee can often make great headway in that regard. So Marcus, maybe you'd like to get that list of volunteers. I heard Ryan, I heard Becky, I heard Scott potentially. So maybe let's actually make that a reality so that when we move forward on this, we can have that initial group of feedback as we're developing something.
Absolutely. So Becky Anthony, Ryan Wapshall, Scott McMullen, is there anyone else who would be interested in being a part of that subcommittee to kind of hone the criteria for preferred versus preferred places to avoid versus preferred places to land cables? Tara?
I'm just raising my hand to be a part of it.
Excellent, thank you.
Representing coastal conservation, I'll join in.
And Blake?
Yeah, same, Marcus. Just
Okay,
raising
excellent.
my hand to participate.
Laurel, you as well?
Yeah, I think I should be. Thank you.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I really appreciate the little subcommittee. I see a Jonathan hand there, maybe as well. So I think that will be helpful for us to pull together something that the rest of the group can respond to. And again, I think maybe we aim for a March time period that we would bring something back to the group. I think the February meeting might be a little tight given our short time between these two meetings.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with that, Andy. Any other thoughts before we move on? We are running a little ahead of schedule, so we could take a quick break if folks are ready for that, unless Reed would like to present early.
Yeah, I can go early if that's helpful.
Well,
really up to the group.
Why don't we just take a short break, and then if we get to an earlier time for lunch, we can think about other adjustments or other things we need to get done today and work
Absolutely.
around that.
So let's come back. Let's reconvene at 10 o'clock.
Reed, you should be able to share your screen. So why don't you go ahead and give that a quick try? There we go. Okay, Marcus, it's 1 after by my time. Why don't you go ahead and reconvene us?
All right, everyone, welcome back. I see a lot of people saying they're back in the chat or cameras on and stuff, so I think we can get started. Reed is going to present, Reed from Dogami is going to present on suitability of potential landing sites on the Oregon coast. And then we will discuss and we will talk about what we're going to do after that, because I think we're about 30 minutes ahead of time right now. So go ahead, Reed.
Okay, great. Thank you, Marcus and the working group. Today, I'd like to give a little update on where we are with our analysis and show you some really preliminary results from our coast-wide suitability analysis. And just like to acknowledge that we have a big team working on this project, and I'd particularly like to thank Fletch O'Brien, who has done the GIS coding to make this analysis that I'll show you in a minute. So again, just to kind of let you know where we're going today, I'm going to talk about our progress, especially with regard to the coastal change analysis that Jonathan Allen's been doing. And then we'll talk more about our preliminary analysis of suitability along the coast, and then finish up with, again, some questions for all of you, because in the end, we want what we're doing to best represent the factors that everyone here thinks are most relevant, and make this into a usable product. And just before I move on, I guess I would say that you know, we certainly hope that what we're producing is useful in helping people's thinking about which sectors of the coast might be more favorable or not from a variety of factors. But you know, we don't really see this as being a map that will be the end all be all of where these landing stations should go. So moving on, so this is some really recent work that John Allen has produced, and we're just starting to incorporate this into our broader analysis. But at this point, we have a coast-wide assessment of how elevation is changing, how the position of the kind of back of the beach, this part of the coastline that responds to longer term trends in erosion and deposition of sediment, how that's changing over time. And this is based on repeat LIDAR surveys, differencing data that were initially collected in 1997 with the most recent data set available to us that was collected in 2016. So we're observing the entire coast over a period of about 2 decades. And this is a summary just of results for the Tillamook County sector of the coast. And you can see there's quite a bit of noise here. The light blue estimates are individual estimates from a series of transects based along the coast, and then the little black symbols with air bars show you averages by kind of sectors of the coast, and those sectors are named along the side here. They're probably too hard to see at the moment, but as you see negative values here, that's set areas of the coast that are eroding. The coastline is receding landward, and then positive values are showing you accretion. And so you can see that the coast is quite dynamic. Some of the areas where we see the greatest changes are associated with estuary mouths or where spits occur. And you can see these kind of big paired excursions of some areas accreting, nearby areas eroding, and it's not really a surprise, but I think it's exciting to see this, and we're able to quantify some of these processes in a regional way. Okay, and to look at this in maybe a more informative view, if we now plot those rates up on a map, and now areas where the coastline is receding inland or eroding are plotted in colors of red, and then places where the coast is accreting or growing outward are blue here. And this is again the same sector of the coast, Tillamook County, and you can see that there's some areas where it's pretty scattered, but in many areas there's these sectors of the coast that are often bound by headlands where there's kind of either a consistent pattern like this sector that's eroding dominantly, or areas of paired erosion and deposition, like up here north of this headland where the southern area is eroding, and then the sand is getting presumably transferred to the north here and accreting in the northern part of this little cell. So again, these data are super new. John produced this figure this morning, as far as I know, and so we haven't really fully incorporated this analysis, but I just wanted to show you this because I think it's exciting. We see this as being useful for 2 reasons. One, to again identify sectors of the coast that are more stable or are perhaps accreting in a longer term trend that where if you place infrastructure near the shoreline, it's more likely to be stable over its lifespan. And then secondly, just to think about what areas where the coast is more mobile, and future cable landing should take into account some setback or something to make sure that that's going to be a long-term solution that works for all the parties involved. And another direction we'd like to take this is to not only just use information about what's happened in the last 20 years, but to also think about as sea level continues to rise over a few decades kind of time span for one of these projects, what's the likely magnitude of erosion, or what's kind of a threshold of change that should be considered when designing these sort of sites. Okay. All right, so now for the rest of the talk, I'll show you again our approach to assessing suitability along the coast. And we're taking a GIS approach, bringing in relevant layers and then querying those and to come up with scores, which is basically this model. And again, the model is really only as good as the priorities that we build into it, the criteria that we are considering and how they're considering them. And so the more information we have from stakeholders like all of you, I think the more useful this analysis is going to be. And we're to the point where now we can put some dots on the map. So again, I'll just caution that what I'm showing you today is super preliminary, and in detail certainly won't look like our final product, but just wanted to give kind of a sense of how we're approaching this and an example of what kind of output we are getting. So this is a somewhat complicated slide, but this shows the method by which we are analyzing all the geographic data that we're considering at the moment. If we go down to the bottom here, this will make it easier to see. And so basically along the entire coast of Oregon, we are drawing a line every 100 meters along the line and then grabbing data in a rectangular swath that extends 50 meters on either side of the line. So effectively, we're sampling the entire coastline in a systematic way. And then we can, within this rectangular area, both offshore and onshore, then we can query these different geographic layers and come up with scores based on criteria. So some things we look at, for example, what is the seafloor geology? What's the substrate as we know it inside this rectangle? Other things are based on proximity. So, does this rectangle include any of marine reserve, a marine protected area? That's one of the things that we're considering. Does it have a rock reef in it as mapped by the Dogami sort of intertidal zone, shallow offshore zone, as John's work has shown. And then other things we can do is look at, one of the factors that we're considering is how far from the shoreline is it to the 10-meter depth contour, because that's based on the best practices report, kind of the distance over which the horizontal directional drilling happens to bring the cables out to the seafloor. So we're assuming that larger distances of directional drilling are probably less desirable. Okay. And then similarly on land, we're looking at proportions of this rectangle that have different geological characteristics, different hazard characteristics. Are there wetlands? Are there surface water in these areas that should be avoided? Is it close to a road? And so things like that. And we can control, basically the distance over which we're sampling on land. The results I'm going to show you are actually based on a 100-meter distance landward, but that's one of the things that we're exploring as well. Okay, so a bit more detail on this in terms of how we turn this big complicated map of geology or something into a score for a specific spot on the coast. Basically, again, here's that 100-meter wide rectangle. And within the rectangle, you see just blobs of different geologic units. And for example, we see sand, unconsolidated sediment here on the beach. And then across this contact, then there's rock that's either marine sedimentary rock in this case, or basalt. And so in a preliminary way, we're assigning those scores with higher numbers being more favorable. And so that for in placing one of these cable landings, doing directional drilling, so the sand gets a higher score. The hard igneous rock is the most difficult to deal with, so it has a low score, and then an intermediate value for this sedimentary rock. And then over this area, we do basically an area weighting and come up with an average. And so for this example that is extending in 0.5 kilometer inland, the score for that one criteria, the geology would be 2.7. So again, this is probably not the kind of score that we'll use in the end. And I think it makes sense probably to cut off the extent of our landward analysis more tightly for the cable landings, the beach manhole siting. But that's kind of an example of how we're approaching this. So to show a coast-wide the kind of preliminary coast-wide analysis, this is what we have at the moment. Again, we've really just focused on developing the tools to query all the data that we have and make some very preliminary calls on what we're including, how we're including them, how we're scoring these different criteria. So again, I don't see these results as being really representative of what our final answer is going to be, but given the short timeline of this whole process, I wanted to get this out in front of your eyes while we're still able to modify it and take on feedback. So in terms of how to look at these colored dots, what they mean, the dark red color is the points that we've excluded. These are basically points that are along portions of the coast where there are marine protected areas immediately offshore. So we are giving those a 0 score, regardless of other characteristics. And then going from the reddish orange up to blue is a progressively better score based on the way that we have the criteria assigned. So again, I don't know if this analysis will in the end give you anything that you would want to more carve off larger sections of the coast beyond these marine protected areas, but you could imagine building in some kind of threshold and identifying some other portions of the coast that are generally more rocky and have other less desirable sorts of effects, and use this at least as a way to identify sectors of the coast that seem to have more promise and less promise. But that is kind of what we're considering. In terms of what we're using right now, basically each one of these criteria are being scored from 0 to 5, and we have not applied any relative weighting between these different criteria, except for the marine offshore geology, which is we think is important both from protecting cables as they come into shore, and also importantly for marine habitat. The rocky areas are identified as being really important. So we're upweighting that at the moment, but other than that, it's pretty much just straight up all these criteria are equal, and modifying this prioritization is something that we're going to work on going forward, and it would be great to get feedback on what are the important factors and what are how should we score these criteria if you have particular ideas. To zoom in to just one specific place in the Pacific City area where several of these cables land currently, I'll just show an example of that. Again, here's our little colored dots spaced out every 100 meters along the shoreline, and colored by the sort of preliminary suitability. And so, you know, the places where the existing cables are landing are coming into a relatively favorable part of the coast based on this super preliminary analysis. For better or worse, you can see the rocky headland to the north here is standing out as being less suitable as we'd expect. So at a kind of first look, it's headed in the right direction. One of the things that that I guess I'd like some feedback on is how much we should consider the suitability of the cable landing stations that, again, need to be kind of critical, secure infrastructure sited farther away from the coastline. And the strategy that we have of these lines that are basically perpendicular to the coast misses some of the opportunities that may be farther away for siting one of these cable landing stations in a secure place that's not just straight inland from where the cables land at the beach manhole. So in the case of Pacific City, there's a couple of cable landing stations of which we're aware, these little black squares, one here and one a few kilometers up to the north. And so again, does it make sense as we're scoring the coastline? Should we basically be trying to find places that both have favorable characteristics right here at the shore, as well as favorable characteristics for having protected sites for these cable landing stations potentially within some radius? Or is it better to have those analyses basically be separate? I think you could kind of argue either way for that, but if people have ideas about whether you want us to integrate cable landing station suitability in with the general beach manhole situation, that would be great to get feedback on. Okay. And one other kind of question about this. So Fletch, who's been building this GIS analysis, is able to make a tool that would allow others, the working group especially, to be able to change the relative weighting between criteria, put criteria in and out of a list that's considering, and then rerun the suitability. And I think this could be nice to be able to experiment with different things. Different people can put in their values and see what comes out. So, this would require some additional effort on our part, but if it's something that seems useful to the working group, we should be able to generate this along with our report. Again, one thing to consider is the more flexible it is the greater the flexibility, the more effort there will be to produce something like this. So in terms of things that they're more difficult, if there's a layer of data that you would want to add in and put in scores for it, turning that into a criteria to add into the analysis, that's more difficult. Whereas something that is pretty feasible is if we have a relatively complete set of all the possible criteria that people might care about, and we can build in the scores of, you know, the sand is the best and hard rock is the worst, something like that. That stuff is all built in, then it would be pretty straightforward to allow anyone to, you know, you could turn off the geology and rerun the analysis, or you could turn off the seafloor substrate or something and see what happens to the suitability. You could scale different criteria up or down, and that would work pretty smoothly, I think, and could be helpful for the working group. So I'd appreciate feedback after this about whether that's something that people see as useful and something that would be likely to be used, or whether you'd rather just us give you, you know, essentially an answer and then move on from there. So a few more questions going into these criteria that we would like some feedback on. So again, I think this is basically the question that I already asked when we were looking at the Pacific City example about cable landing stations. Another question is, I think when I somewhat addressed this last time I spoke to you, and I believe that Tara indicated some interest in identifying areas on land that have particularly sensitive environmental characteristics and should be excluded or at least flagged as an issue. We don't really have a layer for terrestrial environmental areas. So if something like that exists, it would be great to get our hands on that. One thing we've considered are wetland areas. Again, it's just a place to potentially avoid for the in placing cables using the horizontal directional drilling. Although, you know, in principle, drilling below wetlands should be workable, but given possibilities of inadvertent return, that might be less desirable. And another question, so how important is it to consider infrastructure? It's, you know, from our point of view, it seems kind of hard to imagine building a road out into an undeveloped sector of the coast and bringing in power, but, you know, maybe that is an unrealistic view. We don't have a GIS layer for the distribution lines for power. So we've basically just been using roads as a proxy for access to areas near the shore. But, you know, there may be areas where there's, you know, some mapped road that doesn't actually have other characteristics. So if that is an important factor for, you know, basically our analysis, that would be nice to know. Some other questions here, and then I'll wrap up and we can go back through these if there's time to get feedback from people. And so one of the things that stands out in the analysis of shoreline stability are these sand spits are quite mobile, as you know, people along the coast probably know from experience. Would those be an area to exclude? Does anyone have a feeling that someone might ever want to come in and build one of these cable landings on a spit? Is there another thing that's, if you noticed on our preliminary suitability, big areas of kind of the Lane and Douglas County shorelines stand out as being relatively favorable, probably largely because it's sandy, but there's also these big dunes in some of those areas. And so are there experiences with putting these cable landing stations in areas of dunes? And you know, we would kind of imagine that you would want to have the beach manhole potentially landward of those dunes, but if that's is that going to push the landing too far away from where it needs to come out on the seafloor at roughly 10 meters of depth? Does that make this not viable for constructing an HDD borehole? And the one area along the coast that might have another restriction is this military training base, Camp Rylea, on the Clatsop Plains. Does that make sense to exclude? Are there other areas along the coast that for military or other land use reasons should also be outright excluded? It'd be great to build that into our analysis. And then finally, yeah, I think that's my final question is just, are there other areas that we should flag as being totally unsuitable? So thank you, and I'd be happy to take questions and comments.
Ryan?
Hey, Reed, good presentation. With your questions, do you want to entertain feedback on this call, or maybe separately through email or whatever works?
Yeah, honestly, whatever works. I think we have time right now, so I'm happy to take some verbal feedback from you and anyone else. And
sure,
if other people would like to respond via email or something, that's great too.
Okay. Yeah, maybe just some preliminary feedback, if you don't mind going to the previous slide, the start of the questions. So input on cable landing stations, I wouldn't say, I'd say the landing site itself is probably the most important factor to assess first and foremost, because that's going to be the component of you know, coastal construction, whereas the cable landing station is kind of secondary, I think, to the objectives of this working group. But since you're compiling the data and the layers, usually cable landing stations are assessed for on-land environmental factors, such as staying out of tsunami inundation zones. So that'd be a really important one, as well as FEMA's 100-year floodplains, as well as wetlands are something that people typically do assess. Certainly constructing in wetlands has been done and can be done. There's processes for it, but it's kind of first and foremost at a high level, best to avoid wetlands impacts to the extent possible. So those are three of the main environmental factors that are taken into account. Additionally, sea level rise is taken into account, and I think we discussed that briefly on the last working group call. You know, unless there's a great authoritative prediction on sea level rise across the entirety of the coast, maybe that's left out. But that would be another data layer that I could envision informing kind of this larger evaluation.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I think at least for the cable landing stations, the tsunami zones will be more restrictive than like sea level rise areas.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then for number 3, I wouldn't go down the road so much about power infrastructure, just because the requirements for cable developers to have certain amount of commercial power available to a cable landing station varies quite a bit. You know, older cable landing stations may be on the order of a few hundred kilowatts commercial capacity, whereas modern cable stations may be in the megawatt range. And it's just another kind of rabbit hole to go down that may not be as important here. But if you did have like a road layer thrown into the data set, that is useful, because typically you do want that road infrastructure to build your front haul from a beach manhole back to a cable landing station. Very rarely are cable landing stations ever put in like tremendously remote areas where there's no infrastructure. That's quite difficult to do.
Yeah, okay, that was our thinking, but thanks for clarifying that.
Yeah, Ryan, if I can just respond to that last point as well, because that was something we have been talking about quite a bit, is that, you know, there's a number of areas on the coast, particularly on the spits there, where, you know, it's completely natural. There's little to no infrastructure, and so presumably, for a variety of reasons, it's less likely that those places would be buildable or developable for cable landings. Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah, I wouldn't build a cable landing on a spit. I wouldn't put a beach manhole anywhere where there's mobile sediment over time or risk of coastal erosion. If there's a sand spit or jetty or some similar feature that's just seaward of a landing that an HDD bore goes under, you know, that's a completely different case. That would be doable from a construction perspective. But I wouldn't land directly on a sand spit.
So it would be conceivable for a cable landing to be bored under a spit and daylight within, you know, on land within the estuary in somewhere that's more developed.
Somewhere that's more developed and again suitable from a permitting perspective. Yeah, absolutely.
And again, we're limited to, there is a distance limitation here, is there? From where you start offshore.
Yeah, there typically is. So that in the best practices study, and you guys have pulled it out in your report, is that the 10-meter contour is kind of a target depth, and that's just really a starting point. It's obviously case by case. HDDs can punch out shallower than that. They could punch out deeper depending on the contours offshore. Generally, you want to get the HDD past the surf zone, so it's safer to operate for divers and other construction personnel to install the cable. HDDs, though, have a distance limitation. Generally, the starting point is about 1 kilometer. That generally does it for you. They can go about as long as 1.5 to 1.8 kilometers. I think some around the world have been installed at the length of 2 kilometers. That's incredibly long and kind of nearly beyond the limit of what HDD companies can do. So that's your factor. So if you move the beach manhole inland, then you are restricting how far offshore you can actually get. And then it's an evaluation of, well, is it feasible for the cable to be installed at that depth where the HDD punches out? So it's somewhat variable, but those are kind of the working parameters. Agreed, in one of your figures, you had kind of assessed that, I think you were assessing the beach manhole being, you know, roughly within 100 meters of the water line or so. And that's generally about right. You know, it, of course, case by case, but generally around the world and, you know, and through numerous states on the West Coast, you're looking at a setback of maybe like 80 to 100 to 120 meters from the water line. And of course, again, site specific, but just general guidance.
Okay, yeah, thanks. That's helpful.
And the dunes, cables have been installed near dunes. don't want to dig up the dunes. You know, those are typically protected areas, both from an environmental perspective and habitat perspective. But it is conceivable that you could be landward of the dune, construct underneath the dune, and mitigate a lot of the environmental risks as a result of that method. So it's not a showstopper, but certainly you wouldn't want to construct directly through the dunes.
Yeah, so presumably there would be HDD construction below the dune. So similar to what we were talking about with a spit or something, you would have to
exactly
take into account that setback.
And that's also common land-based construction, terrestrial fiber networks that are built out, directional boring, is used very commonly as a mitigation to wetlands, streams, rivers, environmentally sensitive areas. So it's the same method, typically acceptable by federal and state agencies, that you're mitigating those risks by going underneath all of it. Camp Rylea is an interesting one. I've actually evaluated landing site potential of going into Camp Rylea. It's definitely not favorable, especially if you go near the camp when they're firing artillery offshore. It's not a very welcoming location to consider, but I wouldn't necessarily rule it out, as it would mostly be a determination based on the landowner or the camp themselves, rather than just purely a coastal evaluation. So while not favorable by any means, even from the industry, it is possible that you could go and talk to them and entertain a cable landing, but it's kind of an uphill battle because of the land use is just conflicts with having infrastructure there that is commercially owned or privately owned.
Sure.
So I wouldn't necessarily exclude it, but you know, things like that could come with maybe a little bit more of like a warning, or so to speak.
Yeah, thanks. Cool. Should we get some other feedback? Maybe Ryan, we can follow up with you in a separate meeting too, if you have availability.
Yeah, sure. Not a problem. Thanks, Reed.
Thanks.
Scott?
Yeah, thank you. Very good presentation, Reed, and also Ryan, appreciate your helpful comments there. When you talked about scoring the shoreside area and identifying the type of rock and sediment and whatnot, is that just the surface layer? I think Laurel had the same question. How deep are you considering when you sample that? Clearly in the photo, you're in an area that was wooded, and you know, it's hard to believe that that's basalt right at the surface with those trees there. So maybe that's just an example slide, but how deep does that analysis go when you're looking at that shoreside area?
Yeah, good question. So this is the shoreside geologic data are basically a standard geologic map. So if the mappers could determine rock that's just below, you know, a meter or something of soil, they're going to map that area as the actual bedrock. Whereas if you have a thick section of younger sediment that obscures the geology below, then it'll be mapped as you know, marine terrace or sand or alluvium or something. So it's somewhat variable, and you know, in some places, you know, you may have, you know, there may be rock below the surface that is not well characterized. So one of the things that we're working on is looking at the water well logs from the coastal area to see, in areas where there's relatively thick sediment, how deep does that go? And again, I don't know that the presence of rock at depth is a showstopper at all for building a cable landing, but at least it's something that is important to know generally the thickness of the sediment, and probably helpful for planning construction.
Thank you. And I think you'd asked about whether it was valuable to integrate the cable landing station into the suitability analysis. And I would just say I don't think that's as important. In some cases, in fact, in quite a few cases, cables may want to land at an existing cable landing station, and they have to figure out how to get there. Maybe they aren't necessarily going to land in the same place that the other recent cables or earlier cables have been. But I think cable owners will conduct enough analysis on their own on all these things, that Ryan mentioned, that will sort of make that redundant and unnecessary. And for that same reason, I didn't think there was really the need for the Dogami to have to spend a lot of additional effort to update the tool. Again, I think those decisions will probably be looked at a level that is quite high to determine suitability. And then the final one with regard to Camp Rylea, I would not rule out Camp Rylea. Certainly, there has been a proposal in the past to have marine renewable energy facility offshore, and which would take a cable to come to shore. And certainly, it's only going to be something that's allowed by the camp, the Oregon Military Department. But we do have military cables, so I don't think it should be summarily dismissed as a potential landing site. It could be useful at some point for the military or even a commercial cable. Thanks. That's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Scott.
Becky Anthony.
Yeah, I just kind of had a question for the group of would it make sense for the subgroup that was formed to talk about the areas to avoid in water? Would it make sense to use this study as a starting point to look at unsuitable areas for landing sites as well, so that it's not like a duplicative effort going on?
Yes, Becky, I think it would be. And maybe that's why Jonathan raised his hand immediately, is that the intersection between the discussion we had previous to Reed's presentation and what we just heard, I think is clear. And I just wanted to compliment you guys on the work that you've done. I think it was great to see coast-wide factoring in both rates of erosion, accretion, and then this kind of work that you've done on suitability here. You did show as an example where kind of 4 of the cables came in, and it looked like they were coming in a suitable location. I was curious, out of all the cables that land on our shore, was that the same kind of a result, or did you have mixed results for the existing cables?
Yeah, it's a good question, Andy. You can see that there are some kind of mixed results down in the Bandon area here. It's partially because of, I think, as Ryan referenced, the cables are running across rock. There's a relatively significant rocky area immediately offshore, so I think that gets flagged as less suitable. There was some kind of mixed results up here I'm sorry, I'm spacing out the name, but this is the vicinity of the potential field trip. And again, this is so new, we haven't really dug into what's driving the more and less suitable factors here. I think when you look at the list, some of these things may be less important in the end for like the beach manhole sites like we've discussed, like for example, proximity to landslides, especially if this the manhole is really close to the shore. Some of that proximity may not really matter unless we're worried about failure of the local bluff. So so this will certainly change, but yeah, it is interesting to see where the existing cables seem to come in, and generally they, there's nothing that shows up in a terrible spot for what that's worth, based on our assessment of terribleness.
Yeah, I think that's really important to kind of ground truth your initial results, to kind of look at places that have already been landed. So might be nice to see kind of a summary of how those things scored. My other comment here was, there are multiple types of marine protected areas on the coast. Some may have statutory limitations for infrastructure placement, and others may not. So I think that some fine tuning on what kind of areas are used in the offshore marine criteria is something that the group could talk about and consider. I think that would be informative.
Great. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, it would be nice to have some more guidance on what the best source for that information is, and what places should be just outright excluded versus maybe possibly considered, if that's the case.
Yeah, the other suggestion I was going to make is that I'm not sure what the inputs were for your offshore geology, but there was a recent data product generated by the Pacific Marine and Estuarine Fish Habitat Partnership. That's a regional nearshore intertidal substrate using the Coastal and Marine Ecological Classification Standard. And I was just going to point you to that data source if it might be worth comparing that with what you did use, since that is the most recent up-to-date version of offshore kind of substrate information. So again, but I compliment you on this work. I think it's great to see coast-wide kind of the diversity of the results that you've got. And I do think that the little subcommittee that we spin up, it would be great to start with this and then expand on that thinking.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. I think we are using that intertidal substrate layer that you referenced, but I'll follow up with you about the specifics of what we have. It's one that we got from Tanya Haddad, so hopefully it matches, but just confirm that.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you. Jonathan Allen.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to one of the questions that was posed earlier about relief, and I did take a quick look, Scott, at the relief around by that Cape Arago site on the south coast, near just north of Bandon, and it's at 150 feet elevation, those cliffs, so they're pretty high up. And I guess my question to Ryan is how extreme? I think that's what was one of the earlier sites on the coast, and looking to the future, how is that really an anomaly, or is that something we should be considering? Because then that really opens up a much larger chunk of the coast, especially on the down in Curry County and parts of Coos.
Yeah, there's pros and cons to that. I mean, HDD bores have been bored from really high relief areas on the Oregon coast. Bandon specifically has very high relief. So I don't know that that's terribly different, but you are reaching kind of the operational and feasible limit of what an HDD rig can do, while also trying to maintain adequate depth underneath the beach and then also the seabed. That's the challenge. So I wouldn't necessarily rule it out, but perhaps that's something we could evaluate and kind of discuss more, is like, what is that threshold of cliff relief to make it feasible or not? Having said that, generally speaking, you want to avoid cliffs just because it makes construction a lot easier and more feasible. But at this point in time, I wouldn't necessarily rule it out. And others may have other comments on that as well.
Joanne?
Yep, so that's Google cable that you're talking about. And I will say that being very directly involved in that HDD installation, that we put a lot of studies into it, and it enabled us to connect to an existing building that was located and abandoned. So we weren't a greenfield building, we were tapping into an existing building, which we talked about in our last meeting, how important it is for these cables to be close to existing infrastructure or infrastructure that can be scaled. And so that's kind of the reasoning behind that particular board.
And I would guess would chime in too that with sea level rise and tsunami risks, there's value to having a cable vault or landing station higher up. So I don't think it should be ruled out at 150 foot.
Say maybe
Joanne?
from the state's perspective, oh, sorry, Reed, I was just gonna say, maybe from the state's perspective, as long as the construction is feasible and it doesn't add risk to any issues or environmental impacts, it definitely shouldn't be ruled out. I think also, coastal erosion is something that needs to be evaluated in this, as well as the depth that bore would achieve across the beach, because elsewhere in the world, you have had coastal erosion where those bores are then exposed at the beach and people, the public can see it. It's a hazard, things like that. So I think those would probably be the first and foremost concerns just off the top of my head, but I would agree it shouldn't be ruled out.
Yeah, I guess I was curious about Google's experience, if it seemed like that abandoned site was near the maximum of what would be feasible, or did your contractor think that even a higher relief would be doable?
So I can't, I don't really know the answer to that question. I would have to take that back. But we did put a lot of study into that area, and we were considering multiple locations for that particular cable back in 2013, 2014. And that particular landing and that particular bore was the one that made the most sense. And that's why we moved forward with that particular approach. There is, like I said, an existing building there that was actually kind of an offshoot of the AT&T cable station, but it's a different vendor. And it had sat empty, practically empty for over 10 years. And we thought, well, this is a great opportunity to reuse a building that has been basically empty. And that's, all those, you take so many things into consideration when you're, pulling one of these systems together and considering where to land. And there's so many checklists that you go through, and that is a huge one, that building was there, that it was already connected with fiber to go in more, east into Oregon, deeper into Oregon. And that was a big factor.
Yeah, thanks.
Andy, did you have something?
Yes, I do. And my question was about the product that you generated on rates of erosion. I think that work was really focused on the near shore, the shoreline in particular. But conceptually, does it make sense to think about the immediate offshore of that area in the same way? So the likelihood of cables that are buried to a certain depth becoming unburied due to sediment movement in the larger kind of circulation patterns of the ocean. Because I think that's another element of thinking about these systems. So just curious about your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so that's actually a good point. And there's a couple of ways to deal with that, Andy. Typically with sea level rise, the general sort of conceptual response on a sand beach is for that profile, that entire cross-shore profile, to move sort of upward and landward, in parallel with sea level rise. So there's definitely simple models that could be used to try to assess that side of it. Obviously, on a rocky coastline, that's a different kettle of fish because it doesn't respond in that same fashion. It's more like a lateral retreat with a shore platform that over time widens and flattens out and things like that. One of the things that we're trying to do is working with Peter Ruggiero at Oregon State University is that we do have bathymetric surveys repeat bathymetric surveys across the nearshore in certain parts of the coast. It's not everywhere. In fact, it's only in a very few discrete locations where we have repeat surveys, and in some cases it's only 2 or 3 surveys. In other parts, like on the Southwest Washington coast, it could actually extend back almost 20 years of annual surveys. And so the plan is to use those data to give some guidance on potential vertical, horizontal variability in sort of sandy substrate areas. And then the sea level rise component, we'll have to think about that because that's a little more challenging. We can model it in a 2-dimensional fashion, and that might be sufficient for purposes here, but that'll take a little bit more work to figure that one out. But at least we've got observational data for certain parts of the coast that we can at least emphasize, minimum depths of sand variability. Sorry, maximum depths of sand variability across the nearshore.
Yeah, that's helpful. I think it's important to think about, how sand moves in that kind of nearshore littoral cell dynamic, because it's coming to shore, but it's also, there's some sand that's moving, and then, what do they call it? The sediment closure depth, or the depth that sand basically, once it leaves that zone and gets into deeper water, it basically stays there, right? It doesn't keep nourish the system by keeping moving around. So that, I guess I was thinking about, the practice of cable burial, and the industry standard is 2 meters of depth or thereabouts. Just making sure that it's likely that once buried, it will stay buried. And we had the conversation earlier with the industry, and Scott McMullen brought the idea that really once a cable has been buried, it in almost all cases has stayed buried. So just wanting to make sure that as we think about that, the route that gets deeper offshore, we're thinking about making sure that the cable is protected and that our existing fishing industry isn't kind of more at risk to snagging a cable.
Sure. Yeah, no, we can. So we've already talked about the issue of closure depths, and I mean, we can empirically calculate that. I mean, on the Oregon coast, it's actually turns out to being around 14 meters depth. So, somewhere around 45 feet water depth is the approximate closure depth on our coast. Now, it varies along the coast. And then as you go landward of that, these bathymetric surveys have demonstrated that the bars themselves can vary in amplitude by up to 5 meters, and then that variation across the nearshore can vary horizontally over tens to hundreds of meters. So we're trying to collate all that sort of information to get a better sense of what that vertical horizontal variability is across the nearshore, because it is definitely a major consideration. I suspect, and maybe Ryan can speak to this, but invariably, I think these telecommunication companies that are trying to drill deeper than that, in the sort of 10-meter range depths or greater below the active substrate. So, that if that's the case, then they should be, for more intents and purposes, are outside that, envelope of variability.
Yeah, I was just wondering about it from the perspective of your suitability model, whether or not there's information from outside that immediate, marine zone that could come into play.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's something we need to think a little bit more about.
Thank you. Ryan?
Yeah, just real quick. So yeah, industry standard for burial depth below the surface of the seabed is 1 meter. And there's some variation to that, but basically what that is meant to do is to get below whatever the external threat is, and typically that's fishing or vessel anchors. In some cases around the world, like I said, it's variable. 1.5, 2 meters depth is required, but generally the starting point is 1 meter. I think generally, HDD, like you're saying, Jonathan, HDD is going to be tens of feet below the surface of the seabed, depending on the profile that's designed, which also has to do with how, what the relief is onshore from which point they're drilling. But it does mitigate some of that risk of erosion because it is deeper. And then further offshore, generally the idea is that once a cable is buried, it stays buried. As part of the marine survey, a lot of data is collected to assess a mobile seabed environment, sand waves, things like that, that either would preclude burial altogether or pose risk to cable being suspended once it is buried or becoming uncovered. But generally, the best practice or the experience is that once it's buried, it stays buried.
Thank you, Ryan. Blake Helm?
Hey, thanks, Marcus. Laurel's just bringing up a good point in the chat that I just wanted to see if somebody in the group can address. Maybe inadvertent releases, drilling fluid is, one issue of concern for OPRD, DSL, other state agencies. So just be interesting to see how that could be incorporated into our analysis.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that was kind of the motivation for asking about what are on land areas to avoid if there are any that where an inadvertent return would be totally unacceptable to risk. I think if in general, if you look for things about like sensitive areas and HDD construction, you'll probably find that, most things say that HDD, this horizontal directional drilling, is a way to mitigate impacts to sensitive areas rather than to avoid those altogether. Often it's a choice of trenching at the surface or going in the subsurface. So there does seem to be a relatively high rate of inadvertent return in constructing these boreholes, especially when it's through unconsolidated sediment. So I think it is worth thinking about those possible impacts and thinking about, are there areas where this isn't something that the state feels is an acceptable place to risk that kind of impact. And that's really beyond the skill set at Dogami to know where those places are. But if we have information about that, it would be great to incorporate.
All right, thanks, Reed.
Ryan?
I think maybe in some ways inadvertent return is kind of the elephant in the room, so to speak, because if you are not, admittedly not an HDD expert, but if you do research HDD, the likelihood of inadvertent return is fairly high. It just comes with the method of construction, and not to fool anybody on the working group, inadvertent return has occurred across many HDD construction projects, not just cables. And so I think it is worth having a position on that and addressing it, and perhaps evaluating whether there are areas where inadvertent return is completely unacceptable. The idea of inadvertent return, though, is has a lot of variables. Some of that has to do with what upfront geotechnical studies have been done in the environment to inform drilling depth and conditions that the drill would be going through. Some of it has to do with the experience of the drilling contractor and how they mitigate that risk of inadvertent return. So it's a pretty complex issue, and it's not black or white. It's, you know, still in North America, HDD is the preferred and best practice method for constructing a shore-in landing. And the opposite of that, and we discussed it in the last working group, is to directly trench the beach. Those are the methods, and traditionally those are the two main methods that have occurred globally for all of telecommunications cables and power cables that have ever been installed. So, you know, don't want to paint the picture that HDD is this foolproof method, because it does have the inadvertent return risk. I think it's a challenge, though, maybe perhaps how to wrap our head around how do we frame that from an evaluation perspective when looking at new landing sites, because it is hard to pinpoint exactly where that risk lies because of the variables that are involved in it.
Thank you, Ryan. Andy?
Yeah, Reed, was just wondering if you could put up your slide with the suitability, and so I could look at the criteria you used for the landward side, because I do think sensitive habitats, sensitive unique habitats on the coast could fall into that category, and I think wetlands in general would be a type, but I think there's different sensitivities of different types of wetlands. There's lots of different types of wetlands. So I think it might be important to kind of take a look at sensitivity of different types of wetlands and use that to influence basically the landward side of your scoring there.
Yeah, it'd be great to have some more feedback on that. I think at this point, for the wetlands, we're using the NWI, the National Wetlands Inventory, and we've excluded basically, you know, the whole coastal. The beach shows up as a wetland in that compilation, so we've excluded that. But you know, most of the wetlands, you know, bogs and things on land, we've are giving lower scores, but it's more just that, you know, that one criteria is getting a low score if there's a wetland in the vicinity, and we're not treating it as a, you know, kind of break factor like the marine protected areas. But, you know, it'd be easy to implement that for some set of wetlands, or, you know, if there's any other kinds of super sensitive environmental areas on land, it would be trivial to build that in too.
Thank you, Reed. Thanks, Andy. Does anyone else have anything else any other questions they have for Reed, or any answers to Reed's questions? I will be sending out an email with those questions to the entire working group, so that if you prefer to send in some written feedback, that would be great. I just ask that you CC me on that written feedback, so that I kind of am in the loop and know what's going on.
Just a practical question for you guys. I'd love to dig into this data a little bit more at a fine scale. Do you have a timeline for when you might be able to share some of this information? I'm thinking about, you know, the ability of having it in an online map viewer, so I could take a look at it. Any thoughts on that, just more broadly? I mean, recognizing that this is still draft, but I think that may be one way to help to fine tune it, is to dig in a little bit more.
Yeah, that's a good question, Andy. Let me talk to our team and I can get back to you on, a way to deliver again, another preliminary version that could be interacted with more. John, do you have thoughts too?
Yeah, I guess I think we need to have that conversation, Andy. I think it's challenging.
Yeah.
Certainly to put it into an online viewer that could be accessible to you or to others. I think it's much more doable to get it to the point where we could have some one-on-one meetings with you or with a sub-working group and actually go through the layers in a little bit more detail then. I think that's a much more doable option.
Okay, well, maybe that's our first charge for that little subcommittee, is to convene a meeting and to dig in specifically in an interactive way with you guys.
Yeah, and I think that's from our standpoint. I think that's what we're looking for, is that additional level of guidance that you all can bring to this discussion.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I guess I have one thing to kind of bring to this about the question of having a tool available that Reed brought up. That's something that's been kind of floated in conversations about this amendment process and pre-application meetings and things like that already. So what are the working groups' thoughts on utilizing something like the tool that Reed was talking about in a pre-application type format for applicants to use and for agencies to use during that process, so that we can kind of have those scores available to us in real time, looking at different locations. Scott?
Yeah, I guess I have a little concern about that approach, Marcus, just because an awful lot of work goes into the planning, and sometimes the data that the state has isn't the best data in terms of all the factors that have to be analyzed for a thing. I can remember one case many years ago where one of the cables went through an area that on one map said it was presumed hard bottom, and we had pre-planned with fishing industry, and I'll be giving a presentation at the next meeting showing how we come up with our marine routes. But we had vetted the route and knew that we had good soft bottom in that area, but yet there was a concern by the state that this is an area that is hard bottom. And so it turned out that we were able to find a more recent map that showed that it was sediment. It was based, hard bottom was based sort of on a presumption based on the slope angle, and it turned out to be plenty of sediment to allow for burial. So I guess the concern is sometimes, if you lock yourself into having this tool and you score it and the score comes out, you have to have some kind of a threshold, I assume. So even in spite of a lot of work and planning to determine what really is suitable, if it doesn't match what the sort of arbitrary scoring method works, then what do? Are we stuck and say you can't land a cable here because it didn't score well, even though we've done, the cable industry's done a lot of work in advance. So I'm not suggesting that the cable industry should get to land anywhere they want, but if adequate, thoughtful work has gone into looking at the proper site the best site, then I don't think that should be excluded because we have a tool that says it's not, or it doesn't rate quite as high as a site somewhere else. So that's a concern.
Thank you, Scott. Elaine?
Thanks, Marcus. I think using the scoring system and the tool is good to have it as one of many tools that someone may use to help with their site feasibility analysis. I think by the time of the pre-application, though, that there's already been a lot of work done by the applicant to evaluate alternatives, and likely they've narrowed down the sites that they want to discuss with some level of specificity with the agencies. So I think having it as a tool that's available for people to use is great, but having it be a determining factor or being something that's, you know, only assessed at the pre-app is probably not as helpful.
Thank you, Elaine. Ryan?
Yeah, I think I would agree with what Elaine just said. I think if the state's going to go as far as consolidating data sets or having a tool that can help guide kind of early stage identification of landing sites, then it would be, I think it would be useful as a starting point. It would also kind of provide a common platform and language for all parties to engage early in discussions over landing sites. And I think that could be useful. I think in terms of having like a very quantitative score for a particular location may be less useful in my mind, because it's like, what are we going to do with that score? We don't want it to be tremendously prescriptive, because there are a lot of puts and takes in selecting a landing site. And while some factors may be very favorable, there may be real reasons why you select to deal with less favorable factors, like a really high cliff, you know, that type of example. So I don't, from a scoring perspective or how you rank things, I'm not sure how you manage that. You know, maybe it's a little bit more broad, like, you know, high, medium, low ranking versus just numbers or whatever, but or just common understanding that maybe it's a starting point, but it's not going to be a determining factor, like Elaine said, which I think would probably be the best way to go.
Thank you, Ryan. Blake?
Thanks. I just, wanted to agree with some points. I think the map would be a good tool as one of many, but unless it's going to be used in, very, very early stages, what DSL sees is when we see an application for an easement that the route analysis has largely been done, just like Scott and Elaine have reiterated or have they stated. So I think it could be a good guide, but having it as a prescriptive tool of stating these are the landing sites and these aren't, unless it's done very, very early in the process, coordinating with the people installing the cable and who's going to be using the cable. I'm not really certain how beneficial it's going to be. So thanks.
Thank you, Blake. Reed?
Yeah, thanks. I guess I would feel uncomfortable with it being used in a prescriptive kind of way too, for a couple reasons. One, just that, it's really this coast-wide analysis, and, we're not going to be able to do as good a job for all sorts of reasons as, team that's zeroing in on a particular site and making a case for that. So, for those reasons, I think that's a reason not to use it in that way. Another reason somebody mentioned in the chat as well, I think, is that, we're trying to use the most up-to-date data that we have now, but we don't really anticipate maintaining this, into the future and updating it. So I'm thinking of it more in terms of this amendment process, and over the next months, like when we pass it off in March and maybe a revision in April or something, from there, if someone decides, well, why did they consider this, or why did they give that such a low weight or whatever, if people on the working group or OPAC or whoever's considering this wants to go in and rescale things, they could generate a different result, and again, to get more of a a broad, like more favorable, less favorable sort of idea, but basically to just make this product a little more flexible for use in this process. If that makes sense.
Thank you, Reed. So what I'm hearing from folks is that perhaps using this data as one of many tools would be useful, but not in a prescriptive way, more in an informative way for the folks who are involved in these meetings. And then from what Reed just said, using it for this amendment process. Does that seem like a recap of what folks have talked about here? All right, excellent. I just wanted to say thank you to Reed and to everybody. If there's any other questions that we have, we got about 5 minutes before our scheduled lunch, so I can take another question maybe. Otherwise, we could potentially break a few minutes early.
Marcus, I have a comment that goes more broadly to how other parts of the Territorial Sea Plan have been adopted and can be used to inform future decisions. And that is, as an example, Part 5 of the Territorial Sea Plan, which was developed for marine renewable energy, had a number of map appendices that documented the current state of the knowledge as part of the resource inventory. And I think that a number of these information layers that are being produced for this amendment to the Territorial Sea Plan would make good content for map appendices for Part 4. I've been thinking all along that we need to have kind of a current state of knowledge of the existing cables that are landed on the coast. So we do have a map or placeholder of a map when the original Part 4 was put in place or subsequently amended. So I think it would be wise for this group to begin thinking about the collection of that information that we would recommend that OPAC include as an appendices to Part 4, so that years down the road, if folks are looking, that information is easily accessible. So just wanted to bring that up to the group. I think we have the opportunity to store some of this information in that format for future iterations of the council and for future Part 4 review decisions.
Thank you, Andy. Does anyone else have anything? All right. So we can break for lunch now and reconvene at 12:30 for a public comment period. So I'll have a good lunch, everybody. I'll see you in about an hour.
Thanks, everyone. Marcus, it looks like we got most folks back. Why don't, if there's anybody who wants to provide public comment, please let us know via chat or raised hand. Marcus, I'm not seeing anybody with a request for public comment.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything either. Let's wait another minute since it just turned to 12:30, just in case some people join right now.
Yep.
And then if we don't have any public comment, we can move on to the next portion.
Marcus, while we're waiting, we've got a couple of new folks who've joined us this afternoon who weren't here this morning for introductions. Maybe we could just make sure those people get acknowledged.
Yeah, that sounds great. Let's see who joined.
So I know Peggy joined. Peggy, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Peggy Joyce. I'm a board member of OPAC, and I've attended several of these sessions already, and I really am glad to see. I'm glad to see this kind of collaboration. So I'm very happy to be here. Sorry I missed it this morning, but I had a conflict.
Thanks for joining us, Peggy. I actually see two of you. Are you connected twice? You might want to. You sounded great, but
am I connected twice?
I see.
That means I'm really connected, right?
Yeah, that means you're paying extra attention. How about Jason Bush? Jason may not be back. How about Jason Searman? Well, both of those are new additions.
Cynthia Gaffney?
Yeah.
Hello, I'm just a public interest person, so.
Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll do Jason Bush or Jason Searman, if either of you is there. Want to introduce yourself? Go ahead.
Oh, hey, hey everybody. This is Jason Stearman, not Jason Bush, another Jason, and I'm with the Oregon Department of Energy. I unfortunately had a doctor's appointment this morning, so I missed the first half, but joining for the afternoon.
Good to have you, Jason. Okay, let's do one more inquiry. Is there anybody who'd like to do public comment? I am not seeing any. So we just gained half hour on our agenda. So hopefully that means we can let you guys out early.
Absolutely. So is Ryan Wapshall here?
Hey, Marcus. Yeah, I'm here.
Excellent. This next section, I just kind of put up a slide here. I don't know if you have slides that you'd like to share, but this is just kind of your information. This is just a Q&A session for Ryan about this best practices study that we sent out, that I sent out to the working group last week. So I hope that you all have had a chance to go through it. If you have had a chance and you have questions for Ryan, now is a really great time to ask him. And otherwise, I'll pass it on to you, Ryan.
No, that sounds good. Thanks, Marcus. I didn't have any slides, specifically prepared. I think this report was distributed, so happy to entertain any questions or discussions about what is in the report here or constructive feedback, but certainly also willing to take it, any comments by email, which is probably the best way to disseminate some feedback to be incorporated into a final version.
I was just wondering, maybe we could walk through the table of contents again for those who are new, who missed it last time.
Yeah.
Marcus or Ryan, if either of you have that easily accessible, that could kind of get the ball rolling a little and prompt people's thoughts.
Yeah, Marcus, I've got it up if I can share my screen.
You should be able to share as soon as Marcus stops.
Okay. So Yeah, so just the process of this. So this is a draft report. This was submitted to Marcus and Andy as part of the best practices effort. So it's the first pass at a report and addressing the scope, and certainly welcome through this process to receive any feedback that could be considered and incorporated into a final version. The approach taken to this was kind of twofold, in the sense that the scope was really to address best practices at an industry level and at a global scale, but also addressing best practices here on the West Coast, as well as any differences that may exist between some of the Western states, such as ours, as well as California, Washington, Alaska, et cetera. And so it does take more of a kind of large scale view, and certainly kind of as we've discussed and identified, every project is different. Every project has its own peculiarities that arise, its challenges, as well as every project has its own project team, and how they come about and implement a project varies across the board. So this wasn't meant to address any one particular case, particularly some of the items that even helped originate the House bill that we're trying to address here in the working group. But more look at it kind of holistically from a submarine cable industry perspective, is how are things done and why are they done that way? And in the report, it addresses fiber optic cables as well as power cables, especially where there's differences. From a physical infrastructure perspective, they are quite similar in how these cables are implemented. So there are a lot of parallels. If you have not read it, yeah, just going through the table of contents again, it starts really
Could you
with,
make that full width? That'll make it a little bit easier for folks to read if they hadn't seen it before. There we go.
Yeah, is that
That's better? That's better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect. So really the start of the report addresses really kind of like a global background of submarine cables and their design and their placement, and kind of the current global status of cables, and the fact that these pieces of infrastructure do exist all over the world. They are considered critical infrastructure. Some governments deem them as critical infrastructure because of the services they provide to a country and its citizens at a local level to residents, so on and so forth. As well as then industry organizations that address best practices without necessarily terming them as such, but organizations that are industry bodies that promote the best methods of doing things, whether that's siting a landing site, or it's constructing a cable or burying a cable, or whatever. There's a lot of organizations that promote best practices, essentially. Those are both technical best practices, as well as regulatory and policy best practices that are more government facing. So then beyond that, go into a little bit more detail under sections 3.2 and 3.3 on the ins and outs of fiber optic cable systems as well as power cable systems, how they're designed, what they're comprised of, and the considerations that are taken into account when developing a new project. And again, that's kind of at a background level. So then the intent on section 4 and all the sections after is really to go into the specifics about how are these cable systems designed, how are they placed, what pieces of information are taken in and assessed and studied in order to make decisions about how to route a cable, where to bury a cable, how to select the landing site, so on and so forth. So without going into all the details contained in the report, it does highlight a lot of the spatial planning considerations for offshore route selection and the data sets and information that go into that evaluation, as well as the bathymetry, geology, and geomorphology that are important to assess for the placement of undersea cables. And that's all from an offshore perspective. And then moving into an onshore perspective, similar type of evaluation is all of the things that go into the evaluation of a landing site and comparing alternative landing site options, weighing them against each other, and the like And that includes both an evaluation from a physical, geomorphology perspective right there at the coastline, and the technical feasibility of construction, plus all of the onshore considerations that just go into network or system design in terms of proximity to cable landing station locations, backhaul or fiber optic systems, or substations or power facilities to connect to the grid for power cable systems. In all of these sections, I try to highlight what some current trends are in the industry where relevant. And that is kind of just to be a little bit forward thinking in terms of what can we expect in Oregon as more cables are continue to be developed. And without going into all of those trends, I think that a lot of what we're doing in the working group is really relevant, because a trend is that more cables will be coming to the West Coast. And that's both through renewable energy and export power cables, but also fiber optic cables that serve the Trans-Pacific market. Beyond that, there is a trend to try to future-proof landings, to develop a cable landing that's suitable for multiple cables. And we've seen that historically, that cables tend to congregate at developed landing sites anyway. And there's a growing trend to diversify away from existing cables and cable landings to avoid congestion, and to develop new or lesser developed cable landing sites. And so again, I think we're still discussing and evaluating all those parameters, but the fact is that most cable landings are developed for 3, 4, 5 cables over its lifetime. Beyond that, then go into cable installation considerations. How are cables installed? Why are they installed that way? How are they protected? Cable burial is a big component of that. Again, drawing back on what are the best practices that the industry has implemented over decades through its past to its present moments. And then beyond cable installation, there's the whole life cycle of a cable. And so at some point, cables are decommissioned and go out of service. And there's various ways to handle that. And then one of the last sections towards the end of the report is decommissioning of cables and cable recovery. And cable recovery is presented from the perspective of both the regulatory or permitting requirement to recover cables if and where it exists, as well as the commercial viability to recover cable to recycle the raw materials that are in the cable, primarily copper and steel. So both of those components. One of the final sections in the report is addressing permitting agency, stakeholder, and public coordination. And I feel as though this is an important portion of the report, because it addresses some of the softer elements of best practices or implementing cable projects. There is no published best practice on how to engage people, whether it's a permitting agency, whether it's a city, whether it's the public. And people develop kind of protocol on doing so through their own experience. Professional services firms do it, perhaps based out of that experience. But there's no guarantee it's going to be done the same way from project to project to project. And we've seen that here in Oregon. So what this section offers is perhaps maybe a little bit more food for thought rather than an established best practice of what engagement looks like. And we've discussed kind of the idea of engage early and engage often. And I think that's very true. And certainly from the submarine cable industry, people would absolutely support and promote that. And so within that section, there's kind of a framework on a sequential process and timeline, more or less, of how and when should people be engaged in the process of developing and implementing a submarine cable. And I think that from a working group perspective, we may all approach that topic because that was kind of at the forefront of the House bill and one of the reasons for it. But we approach it perhaps with different perspectives. So I wasn't trying to be entirely prescriptive over a model of how to coordinate with people or groups, but more just identify the need that this does need to occur, and it's very, very important. And so, you know, certainly again, would welcome people's feedback, but I think that piece is probably worth further discussion on how the state could incorporate a process or a step that helps facilitate that coordination in a better way that kind of meets the needs of all the user groups that are out there, including public or residents in locations where these cables do come to shore. So again, not so much best practice driven per se, but a lot of it kind of draws on my experience in the industry, as well as just exposure to other projects around the world and how these things are typically addressed. One of the attachments that I put in here, and there's certainly several references that are worth visiting that the report draws on, but the International Cable Protection Committee, which is more or less at a global level at the forefront of putting forward recommendations, which are essentially best practices, has recently put forward best practices for governments on how to promote resilient cable infrastructure. And so it doesn't necessarily pertain to all of the scope that this report's supposed to address, but it does provide another perspective and another avenue for evaluating from the perspective that cable infrastructure is important. It exists for a reason. It is critical infrastructure in many ways. And how do we promote it? And how do we manage other marine users in coordination with cables? And so that's included in the report as an attachment. So again, another kind of Reader's Digest run through the table of contents, but certainly if there's any sections of the report that anybody wants to visit or any questions that can be answered, happy to hear.
Yeah, thank you. There was a question from Becky in the chat, and Marcus answered in general. I'll just repeat it. From a large content area perspective, we are looking for gaps from members of our working group if there are things that we didn't bring up or discuss. That being said, you know, this is a report from an independent expert in the field, and we don't want to put too big of a weight on the scale of how the report is written. So I think, you know, minor wordsmithing and editing in that regard is not something that we're really looking for. If there's something that's really problematic from your perspective, then it would be good to hear about that and to know about that. But in general, we're looking at, is the level of detail and information provided valuable to us? Are we missing something kind of at a high level? So, you know, as we learn more and digest from all the information that Ryan has pulled together for us, and I just want to thank you. It's quite an extensive and comprehensive report, Ryan. You know, that's really the kind of targeted level of feedback that we're hoping for here. And the timeline is this report will be finalized by the end of the month. So we are taking in feedback now. As agency staff, Marcus and I will work to ensure that we try and hit all those marks. But you know, Ryan's work is almost complete for us in this regard.
So Ryan, there was a question in the chat from Lene Rutledge. Can figure 1 be modified to better showcase the area of the globe where we are located and where the cables go to and from? I don't know if you saw the email that Lene had sent out about this.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that you got that. So, and to have that talked about, since the chat isn't generally captured in these videos.
Yeah, and again, I think if people do have comments and can kind of itemize those comments via email to Marcus, Andy, and myself, that would be incredibly useful. And Marcus, I'm not sure what process you want to go through to kind of digest comments for what will be updated into a final version, but I figured that at least the 3 of us would circle up together and kind of review everything and consider how to integrate it. But certainly from a next level of detail, there's no problem in incorporating a figure that highlights the cables going into Oregon. I could even provide an itemized table for all the in-service cables that are currently landing in Oregon right now, and that might be a good frame of reference for people for the report.
I think that would be great. Thank you. And yeah, I think we should circle back, Ryan and Andy, after this meeting here in the next week or so, and try and talk about any feedback that we do get back. So I think that's a great idea. Jason Bush?
Before Jason speaks, I just wanted to say, one of the ways I want to handle this is through kind of a comment log, so we can track everything that we hear, and then have some record of how it was discussed, or if there were changes made as a result. So we'll be working on that and using that as a tool to make sure that we hit all of the places and comments that we've heard about. So go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. First of all, I want to apologize. I missed the first meeting back in December. I was on vacation, so I'm doing my best to catch up. And the materials today have been great, and I appreciate everything that's all the good work that's already gone into this. I just wanted to raise an issue. It's kind of an anecdotal story that I think maybe might shine a little light on what my concern might be here, which is not too many years ago on the East Coast, when marine energy and offshore wind was still kind of getting a toehold on the East Coast. The cable industry, and I don't remember the specific group at this time, but it was existing, cable industry representation group. They put forth what was described at the time by folks on this end of the conversation, the lobbyists in DC, is some pretty hardcore legislation intended to ostensibly to protect the existing cable infrastructure. But the measures that were included in that legislation, which did not end up passing, but it was kind of a shot across the bow of this new emerging sector. The language was extremely protective and sort of perceived as inordinately so. And I just wanted, when I see ICPC here, best practices, I believe that's communications oriented cables only. So I just wanted to be aware that, there is this new potential use of the ocean off of the West Coast floating offshore wind. It seems to be happening. So I just wanted to put that on the radar screen and make sure that when we're looking at these standards that are established to protect existing users, that we keep an eye open to the fact that there are other potential uses, cabling uses, that will need to be considered alongside of these existing uses.
Yeah, I can make a comment on that as well. I think the best practices report is predominantly from the perspective of fiber optic cables, just because that's the vast majority of cables that do come into Oregon, but it does address power cables and the differences between fiber optic cables and power cables, primarily for that, potential West Coast growth of renewable energy. I think what you're referring to on the East Coast is there is a body, and it's referenced in the report, the North American Submarine Cable Association, or NASCA, and it's comprised of cable owners, again, telecommunications companies that are owners of cables that land in North America. And I think that, they do lobby the government, and that includes the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, includes the Department of Homeland Security, to look out for their own interests. But I think what's identified in the report is definitely not so much of like protectionist language for protecting fiber optic cables, but hopefully the report addresses the need for all marine users to coordinate with each other, and that raises spatial separation considerations, maintenance considerations, spatial planning, et cetera, acknowledging that both renewable energy and applications, export power cables, transmission cables in general, plus fiber optic cables all have to coexist on the seabed, particularly in Oregon and moving forward.
Yeah, thanks for that exchange. I think it's very valuable to recognize that there may be this big new use of the ocean, and understanding how compatible uses can occur is one of the big challenges of our time, making sure that we can use the ocean to the most efficient use possible. I did also want to mention, I think that there are some interactive undersea cable maps that you could, I don't know, Ryan, in that section, if you provide a link to those resources, but that might be valuable. That way, somebody who's interested in a specific geography could go look at that. For example, I'm looking at one right now that shows in a generalized way all the different cables that cross the Pacific. It's a submarinecablemap.com.
Yeah.
There may be another one. I'm not sure if that's the best one to use. But
yeah, there's a lot of resources. I do include it in section 3.1.4 of the report. Submarine Cable Map is put out by Telegeography, and they're kind of one of the foremost analytics companies for the telecommunications industry. And that's a broad industry. It's not just submarine cables, but it's internet, IP transit, all sorts of different things, data centers. But they do have submarinecablemap.com, which shows schematic routes of existing in-service submarine cables, as well as planned cables, predominantly fiber optic cables. And it's a really good go-to resource to look at what lands in Oregon and where. And it's kind of again, a good kind of first stop to understand the landscape globally or in a region of what in-service fiber optic cables exist in a particular area. Then the report also highlights other resources that are more regional in nature, including even NOAA's Marine Cadastre website that has submarine cable layers that could be downloaded in shapefile format that are given to them by NASCA, the North American Submarine Cable Association. So a lot of different avenues for data sets and evaluating these things.
Thank you for that. I had a couple of questions, or at least some things that I kind of wanted to bring up to you, Ryan, but also to the working group in general. You have the section on the ICPC government best practices. Do you see ways that those have been implemented in other areas and other states into policy? Or other countries where they've been implemented into policy, the principles that they kind of put forth in that. Do you have any examples of that?
A few examples. So this was first published in 2020 or 2021. It was during COVID. So it's relatively new. And it was published as basically a public-facing tool for those who are interested, or folks can take this to governments, kind of advocate for what best practices are for promoting protection of submarine cables. So it definitely has its own perspective in that regard, being cable centric. But what it does is it does highlight general principles that allow for that protection. That if you do go through, and I can scroll through it really quickly, but it talks about fishing and anchoring risk, which is a predominant risk to cables, and one of the reasons that we coordinate so closely with Scott and alike here in Oregon. It talks about, sorry, my scrolling is slow, issues of spatial separation and the reasons for it. So again, more of that marine spatial planning component. And it gives examples of what other countries are doing, or maybe some of the problems they're experiencing, and the reason why this is a relevant topic. It talks about charting predominantly being the need to chart marine infrastructure, whether it's cables or anything else, on nautical charts for marine users to be aware that seabed infrastructure exists. That's definitely a best practice. People need to have access to that information. Domestic cable protection laws and penalties for damage. which is a very relevant aspect of the industry's world, is that cables are damaged every single year, predominantly by fishing and vessel anchorages. And when those damages occur, civil claims can be raised, and that process or ability to do so varies country to country or jurisdiction to jurisdiction. In marine spatial planning and inter-industry coordination, single points of contact, route and landing optimization, and geographic diversity. So that's kind of again a hallmark item for the best practices study, one of the things that's addressed. Again, this is much more of a higher level. Permitting for installation and repair. And so I think one of the main things that people try to advocate for globally is that if a cable is damaged, and North America, particularly the West Coast, is a very low damage zone for cables. They don't get damaged that frequently. But other regions in the world, cables get damaged a lot for a variety of reasons. And vessels have to obtain permits to go repair that cable. But in places around the world, like an example, Bangladesh, they've got only 1 or 2 international cables that go into their country. If one of those cables is cut, as has happened there and in other similar situations, people's access to internet can drop by 60%. So it's very impactful. And so the need to be able to have an expedited permitting process to go repair that cable is kind of paramount. And that's the reason why countries consider, especially fiber optic infrastructure, being critical infrastructure because of the service that it gives to the people in that country. The US is a bit different. We have tons and tons of cables coming to the East Coast and the West Coast. There is redundancy, there is resilience in the network overall. So we're not quite in that same situation, but of course, not that there's not that many instances of damages to cables on either coast. So again, a different case. Not so much US related, but cabotage related. There's cabotage laws that are policies that are put in place primarily in Southeast Asia that are very restrictive to installing new cables, or can be. And so this is a document that actually has been pushed to the Indonesian government, Malaysian government, and others on exactly what's the industry's perspective on how to manage this, essentially. And again, not all of these, may not be applicable to Oregon. Port entry requirements, again, more operational considerations, customs duties and taxes, maritime boundary claims and disputes. These are some of the, more larger global scale items that come up from time to time, not so much here in the US. Infrastructure designation is that, this is critical infrastructure. It facilitates our economy across many aspects of it. And so, these cables need to be protected for that reason. And then sharing of risk and incident data and impact of other high seas regulatory activities, primarily UNCLOS and environmental efforts that are looking at high seas and protection of high seas or international waters. So it's kind of put in here as food for thought, another angle on best practices that doesn't stem from a technical perspective, but more of a regulatory perspective. I can't say, to your question, Marcus, I can't say that governments have absolutely adopted these as policies within their government. I'm not close enough to it. I do know that people have asked for this document specifically to advocate to their governments. And so some governments, just like we're doing here, try to tackle, well, how do we plan new cables? How do we permit it? How do we protect it? Do we establish cable protection corridors? Some governments have posed that people install buoys along at the surface of the water along the alignment of a cable so people know exactly where that cable is. And that's also not really a great approach for a variety of reasons, but this is used kind of as a mechanism to further that discussion about how are these things typically handled, what are some best practices in managing this from a regulatory environment, perspective.
Thank you, Ryan. That was helpful. I had another question regarding community engagement. Earlier, you had said that you don't know of any states or agencies that have adopted any kind of community engagement as part of the permitting process, do you and then you put forth this this diagram of kind of some ideas for having early engagement and often engagement. That there's no examples that you can think of where this has been incorporated into a permitting process?
Again, in my experience, I've not been close enough to it to know whether a state actually has a required process of how they want project team to engage other stakeholders or the public, and therefore then provide evidence of that. So, one of the things that could be addressed here, just discussed, is what point do you talk to the public about your project? And there's public meetings that are incorporated into a permitting process, but oftentimes, if that's the first time somebody's hearing about a project, it doesn't really go over very well, or has the potential not to. So this framework was more kind of food for thought on a process and kind of sequence of events of where you could engage the public. I guess, not an example I want to write up in the report, but an example nonetheless to raise is I was recently on the East Coast in Rhode Island talking to a local city about a new cable project, and the state of Rhode Island has adopted, it's a small coastline in Rhode Island, existing cables go primarily into one location, and they have adopted the preference that all cables go into that one location. They don't want diversified cable infrastructure across their coastline, for a variety of reasons. And in talking to the city had no problem with the project. They supported it. By all means, they were there to help. They were excited about it. They said, you're going to have to talk to the public, and we're going to have to help you with how to engage them. And that's where, again, there's no implemented policy on when and how. It's more of a discussion about what is the strategy to engage people, user groups, stakeholders. And what this is trying to promote is really that should be at the forefront of project planning, so that there is a plan. And I think for the sake of best practices, that might be as far as, I would want to take it in a report, because again, it is case by case. I have equally talked to local cities in Oregon, and they have vouched, saying, we love the idea of a new cable project, and we think that our residents will also like it as well. There's been cases where cables have come to shore in cities in Oregon, and it was very well received by both the city and the public, and nothing went wrong. So there's kind of a broad spectrum, but again, in terms of like how that's addressed in a policy or process requirement from the state or at the state level is kind of perhaps up for discussion.
Thank you, Ryan. I guess my last question that I have is regarding the decommissioning of cables and the recovery of cables. You stated it in the report that it's kind of there's been moves towards that for sustainability reasons. Do you know if that is that tending to be the trend in most places, that a requirement for a decommissioning plan and the recovery of these cables is becoming more and more required in other areas?
In my experience, it is the trend that it is becoming more so a requirement to recover cables. There are the states in the US that already have cable infrastructure tend to have that requirement to recover cables. States that don't have cable infrastructure haven't really come across that path yet, so they tend not to necessarily have that requirement. And I found that to be true through talking to states on the East Coast and the West Coast. On the West Coast, California, Oregon, Alaska, they all have requirements to recover cables. So again, it is more or less a best practice or becoming a best practice to do so. And I think that within recovery of cables, there's a lot of different methodologies that are implemented. And this is a topic of more global or regional scale work that's being conducted. For example, there's an organization called OSPAR that's looking at high seas in the Atlantic, and they've tackled the topic of best environmental practices for cable recovery. It's early days for that, so it's not really addressed in this best practices report, but it is a topic people are trying to grapple with on how best to do this. And one of those, just as an example, is an installed cable, if it's buried, is viewed as relatively benign to the environment. And one could argue there's not necessarily a need to rip out a buried cable. If it's already part of the environment, it's below the seabed. A surface laid cable equally can be colonized by marine habitat. And so one can argue that if by recovering that cable, you're disrupting a marine habitat or ecosystem that's developed over the lifetime of the cable, 25 years or so. And that's been documented in literature, in photos, et cetera. And then there's other cases where, say, a cable is installed over rock. It's been promoted as a good practice to not necessarily recover those sections, because the cable can get snagged on rocks and disrupt the environment. And therefore you should cut those sections and leave the cable in place, which does less damage overall. So it's not a clear cut direction one way or the other, but there's a lot of kind of factors to consider. Generally, however, there's more momentum towards there being more benefit to recovering cables than there is to leaving them on the seabed.
Thank you, Ryan. Jamie Faraday?
Yeah, Ryan, in the states that on the West Coast that do require removal, is that just within the territorial seas of those states?
It is the territorial sea, and I'd have to cross-check, and maybe others know, maybe Joanne, you know, if that requirement extends through the exclusive economic zone or not. But I know it's at least the territorial sea.
Because in your report, it does mention that since the beyond the territorial seas, that recovery is mainly from international entities that take it on themselves to recover, I guess, with the permission of the original company.
Correct. Yeah. So there's the regulatory requirement to recover. So say to the end of the territorial sea, and then it's separate from a jurisdictional requirement to recover is that cable recovery for recycling purposes is typically done in deep water applications, in exclusive economic zones, or international waters. And that's done at the permission of the cable owner. So even though a cable is technically decommissioned, it's still owned by somebody. So those companies typically purchase the rights to that cable at, hopefully a low dollar amount, and then they recover sections of that cable to then recycle. And that's been a model that has been commercialized by at least 2 main companies globally over the last 10 years. And that's a growing activity, but again, that happens more so in deep water applications in the exclusive economic zone or out in international waters.
Thank you, Ryan. Thanks, Jamie. I wanted to bring up something that Lene asked in the chat. She said, Ryan, are you aware of counties in Oregon and other states that are adopting bans on future cable landings?
No. All land use is cross-checked against land use policies at a county level or even a city level. So there is kind of that due diligence process to ensure that the application of bringing a cable to shore is compatible with the land use, depending on who the landowner is. I'm not aware of any place that has outright put a policy on a ban for new cables. It doesn't mean that hasn't existed. But I guess in going back to the example of Rhode Island, it's not that they're banning necessarily trying to bring a cable into a new location, but they were very forthcoming about bringing a cable into the existing landing location. And so again, not a ban scenario, but pretty strong guidance.
Thank you, Ryan. Does anyone have any other questions for Ryan regarding the report? Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, thanks. As I think about the cable infrastructure in the state of Oregon, and the kind of the work that Dogami presented on this morning, the topic of resilience to earthquakes has come to mind. And I was wondering if there have been cables in other places in the world that have had to weather an earthquake, and whether or not they've been resilient or not. Not that I would guess that there's not much you could do to kind of make a cable earthquake resilient,
right? Yeah.
Because you don't know how much the ground is going to shift along a route, right? So there's any number of places it could be impacted, but just wondering if there are some kinds of substrates that might be better for that than others.
We are in a very earthquake prone region, as you guys are all aware. And seismicity is taken into account in planning cables, but by virtue of the natural environment, cables have to cross into, risky natural areas. A good example is cables are international and domestic cables are routed to Tonga. And not so long ago when the Tonga eruption occurred, those cables were damaged through extensive portions of them. And that's simply a risk of going into that environment. There's not a whole lot you can do, but those cables were repaired. And you could look at a 25-year design life of a cable and say, well, what's the probability that an earthquake's going to happen? We're due for a large Cascadia event. Is that going to happen in the next 25 years? You could still argue maybe it's a low probability. But to your point, Andy, from a design perspective, again, there's not a whole lot you could do. A cable in the marine environment is not going to get damaged directly from a seismic event. It's going to be the seismic event that triggers a landslide or erosion or flooding or some other occurrence that damages cables. Massive undersea landslides have wiped out cables off Taiwan that have been earthquake induced. Tsunamis have wiped out cables which have been earthquake induced, those types of things. So it is a consideration, but it's one of those elements that it's just by virtue of our geography, there's not a whole lot you could do. I mean, certainly cable landing stations are built to the seismic codes that are required at a local level. But again, if there's a massive event, it's kind of one of those scenarios, all bets are off. And that's the reason that you don't want your traffic single threaded off one cable. People want to diversify and operate a resilient network so that if a cable is affected in one geography, it's not, they're able to offload traffic in other regions or other areas to kind of combat that. Where you potentially have limitations are the applications of export power cables, because those are inherently serve regional purposes at a much smaller scale or distance. And so those would be prone to damage, and repairing power cables can be quite lengthy and costly. So that is a consideration, but again, there's not a whole lot to do about it, actually.
That's what I was figuring, but I wanted to make sure I asked the question since it was
right.
going through my mind after this morning's presentation.
Thank you for that question, Andy, and thank you, Ryan. Tara, did you have a question? I thought I saw your hand raised.
Yeah, it's not fully formed, so I was thinking I might
sorry.
put it in writing. No, that's okay. I was kind of wondering what best practices in the industry, if any, are related to impacts to biological resources, especially during installation and drilling, but also in use of specific materials for power cables. So just trying to better understand that. I assume this is pretty site specific because biological resources are different. But that's been a top of mind, especially as we consider that in, you know, permitting and thinking through the migratory species we have up our coast, et cetera.
It definitely is site specific. So a lot of kind of what I guess you would term best practices kind of are derived from what the permitting requirements are in a specific location. Where there are sensitive habitats, surveys are typically conducted. So that could be a specific biological survey in the shallow water environment to characterize what habitat exists. And then on land, it could be specific surveys targeting vegetation or protected species or migratory birds and the like. Sometimes those are mitigated. The impacts of a new cable project are mitigated just by managing the time frame or the point in the calendar year where construction activities occur. Sometimes the impact could be such that the cable has to be rerouted. Sometimes in the cases of other, in other locations like the territory of Guam, the impact to coral can be fairly significant. And so it doesn't preclude a new cable from being installed. But as a mitigation measure that's put upon a new project, you have to go and replant coral somewhere. And it can be, actually, it can be very onerous. So there's, so avoidance, again, is the best measure, but it really is case by case, kind of what falls out of the permitting process for a specific location.
Yeah, I'm thinking particular off Oregon, some, not only just migratory species, et cetera, which I think can be mitigated through times of year, but, eelgrass beds and kelp beds and things like that, where a disturbance might have might need to be mitigated. And so I guess that is much more on a specific site proposal, but something we can think about when we're thinking larger best practices off Oregon, since our region is pretty well defined.
Yeah, true.
Thank you, Tara. Any other questions for Ryan? All right. Well, I am not seeing any here. Oh, Tara.
It wasn't for Ryan. It was actually going to be for you.
Oh, for me.
Yeah, on feedback, is it still the 1 week? This is not on the amendments, but Ryan, when do we need to get written feedback to Ryan on this draft report?
I would say
I missed that.
as soon as possible, but still, yes, I don't think we will be wanting feedback after next week, because Ryan's trying to wrap this up by the end of the month. So I don't want to have stuff coming in at the very end of the finish line there for him. Thank you. All right, well, if we don't, there are no other questions for Ryan right now, or any other comments about the best practices report, we could take a 15-minute break and come back. I guess that would be at 1:40. So stretch your legs, folks. See you at 1:40. But we're going to get started here again. And so this next section, we're going to go through the draft amendments to the TSP Part 4. This is the first draft. I tried to capture what seemed to be consensus points the last time that we talked. I hope you've had a chance to kind of review them. I'm going to go through these kind of not exactly line by line, but maybe paragraph by paragraph here. The text will be up on the screen, and I'll just give each give you a couple of seconds to kind of read through what it is and then ask for any kind of feedback or any kind of discussion about the edits that have taken place. And if there's anything that, if there's something that you don't like or that you'd like to see added to that section, something that you think is grossly missing, I would love to have that feedback. Now, it would also be really useful, as we've said in other portions of this, to have written feedback. I would love to have written feedback emailed to me and Andy. It would be very useful for whenever we draft the second draft of these amendments. So kind of just moving into that. This is the first section. Well, so the first section of the TSP Part 4, there will be changes made to it, but most of those are going to be date changes and such that are going to be placed there after OPAC approves the new amendments. So that's not really anything that we need to worry about. There is probably going to need to be a replacement of the figure in the beginning where it shows cables coming into Oregon. We'd like to replace that with an updated figure. But as far as section 2 and onward, the changes that have been made, if it's a change to original language being removed, there will be a black strike through it. And if it's added text, it will be in red. So give you a second to kind of look this over. And if there's anything that you see that you'd like to discuss, let me know. Otherwise, I'll move on to the next slide. Becky Anthony.
Yeah, I just had a question. Under what authority the Territorial Sea Plan has to require federal agencies to do something? I know that language is already there, but just curious.
Yeah, that was actually a question that was brought up to us by our federal consistency person last week, talking about the original language. So we're definitely going to be working to. We are going to be working to find out kind of the history behind that as to why that language is in the TSP, and also what legal authority the TSP has there, and whether that kind of the worry from our federal consistency person is that language actually makes it an unenforceable policy. So
okay.
So we are working on that angle to kind of get more understanding there.
Okay, thanks. Just curious.
Yeah, and I can provide a little bit more history and background on the topic as well. So when Part 4 was originally adopted, it was intended as a coordination mechanism and a guidance mechanism for the many different entities that are involved in the regulatory role for placing fiber optic or other cables on the seafloor. At that time, NOAA actually did not have the concept of enforceable policies that they do today. And we have received guidance since then that language that directs a federal agency would not be approvable as an enforceable policy. So where we do, as a state, want to have the ability to use the federal consistency authority provided to us by the Coastal Management Act, we do need to have those policies adopted by the state and approved by NOAA. So there's a number of steps for the amendment of the Territorial Sea Plan that are required. One is that OPAC makes a recommendation. The second is that the Land Conservation Development Commission adopts that recommendation or sends findings back to OPAC for their revised recommendation. Following the state's conclusion of its plan amendment and the official adoption of the plan by the state, then we as staff for the Coastal Zone Management Program would submit the amended plan to NOAA, and we would work with NOAA to identify all of the enforceable policy bits that are part of the plan. And those make up then the policies that the state would have to use for ensuring that state policies and criteria where they may reasonably be affected by that activity, we would ensure that the decisions and the activity are consistent with that plan. So that's the bigger picture. Jeff Verright presented an original, or presented to the group on federal consistency policy at one of our earlier meetings. We could go back to get his more full explanation of that process. But the long story short here is that this language was adopted prior to the concept of no enforceable policies really becoming how the CZMA was put into practice in reality when the state is calling the question on federal consistency. So this language has been there for 20 some years. And if we want a policy to be approved by NOAA, then we really do need to take the federal agencies out of a specific policy.
Thank you for that background, Andy. Scott, did you have comment?
Yeah, it's on kind of a new topic here. If there's more on federal consistency, I can wait. Okay. Marcus, I remember the original legislation seemed to be focused on telecommunications cables and didn't seem to directly discuss pipelines. But if you look back at TSP Part 4, it clearly is lumping communication or cables and pipelines together. So I'm wondering if our edits to TSP Part 4 are for both cables and pipelines. It seems logical to me that they should be. I think in this change under 2, we're specifically calling out cables, but yet probably the C4 utility or fixture would apply to pipelines as well. So I just kind of wanted a little clarity. I think it's appropriate that we make a recommendation that to OPAC that would apply broadly to cables and pipelines.
Thank you for that, Scott.
Scott, I agree, and I do think that the language in Part 4 originally did cover pipelines just by its inclusion at the beginning. There wasn't a specific section of Part 4 that calls out kind of the needs, like we're going through for a study of fiber optic cables. We kind of don't have that same level of effort on pipelines, and I think in part because we don't have a lot of pipelines that cross our territorial sea. But I think that it does apply. I think I would like it to apply to pipelines in the future. They are called out in the sub A as well, so they are. I think they would be classified as a seafloor utility, and they would then be referenced in that sub bullet A below.
Andy, do you know specifically approximately how many cables or pipelines do enter the territorial sea? I can think of, I can think of at least 4 right off the bat that I'm aware of.
And would those be pipelines that discharge into the ocean from
ocean outfalls?
Outfalls, yeah. I can think of about that many. I think they are inventoried in the NPDES discharge and outfalls data layer that we have, and as a part of Part 5. I don't know that we've re-inventoried those in a while. It's a good question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Ryan Wapshall.
Oh yeah, just Marcus, looking at your slide here, I was just observing that perhaps just for clarity and additional detail, the additions that you made in red text, just to removed out, could also be included under A, because it's also stating operations placement and operation, but you could also include removal. And what I guess another question is just more of like a broad edit, is that the perspective of this deals more with the seafloor and ocean use. And while that's completely within the purview of TSP Part 4, it doesn't really call out any distinction for like coastal use or beach use. And I'm just contemplating whether there's ways to generally address that as well, other than just say ocean use activities, because what we are talking about is also placement of landing sites and impacts to the coastline and the like.
Excellent, thank you. Tara?
I guess I just wanted to follow up on the pipeline discussion in that this also, we have any seafloor utility or fixture. I think just being clear, so we're all on the same page about what exactly that would cover when we're thinking about placement, removal, all of these things. With offshore wind coming, there might be a lot more fixtures on the seafloor, just a better understanding of the scope for the working group knowledge.
Yeah. Maybe adding a glossary of terms to this section to kind of explain those terms for folks would be useful, I think. Any other comments?
An example of a fixture on the seafloor might be something like the Ocean Observatories Initiative, which has a cable that goes to a remote sensing buoy, or in the instance of one of the underwater gliders, I think they may have like a dock. So a use of the seafloor that requires a lease from DSL and is, permitted via another means, I guess. So that could be an example of a fixture on the seafloor, some kind of a modular component. But I do think it would be good to define that. We can check the glossary to see if that is the if that's already defined someplace, or if that we need to be more clear about that.
There was a question in the chat from Laurel Hillman. Is that the intent of this chapter, though, to cover those other uses? I think that this chapter covers, this is my perspective, I think that this chapter covers undersea cables, pipelines, and other utilities, uses of the sea floor. So I would say that it would cover those uses.
I think Laurel's point may have been towards the other coastal and marine uses. Laurel, can you clarify?
It was just your example was about sort of scientific equipment and stuff. And I just, we're talking about cables, stuff related to cables and pipelines. And I don't know. I mean, not that those don't need to be covered somewhere in the territorial sea plan, but is it this chapter or not? That was my question.
Right. And if it's not covered by chapter 4, or if it's not part of a marine renewable energy device which would be covered by part 5, then part 2 of the territorial sea would be the applicable part. And that would require what's called a resource inventory and effects evaluation. So it would be covered under the territorial sea plan, just maybe not in this chapter.
Andy, that requires a JART as well, I believe.
Yes, although it was the previously used term, so it was a joint review team rather than a joint agency review team. But it's semantics.
Any
Laurel?
other? Oh, sorry.
Did you raise your hand again?
You're talking to me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put it down and I put it back up.
It was quick.
That was the intent, so that it didn't look like a stale hand. So I had a previous comment about the uses outside the territorial sea, and if you had any thoughts about that, since the scope of this study includes areas outside the territorial sea. So that was my comment below in relation to a comment that was made by Ryan.
Yeah, I really think we are trying to capture the specific uses of the seafloor within the extent of the territorial sea as the scope of this document. There may be other elements of a project that will need to be reviewed, and other land use planning goals would apply in those areas, right? So just like with cables, where there's an onshore component of a project that goes through the local land use planning process, you know, as a coordination mechanism, I guess that the TSP could be used for some of those. But I would want to know more specifically about the intent of, or what that would be. Like, I'm not thinking of anything off the top of my head.
I guess my question regarding that, Andy, is there are other parts of the TSP that call out the necessity for communicating with like coastal communities and things like that, and that's all, you know, kind of on land portion. I mean, I guess it's not really permitting, but it is definitely it does have an effect on the coast and the coastal communities. So I guess, is there a way to capture that necessity of including coastal communities and certain coastal processes within this document, or should that be relegated to something else?
Yeah, I think it's important to try and tie it back to a real world specific use and or example project, so that I could understand more about the nuances. Certainly, I think we, as done for marine renewable energy devices, we have required early engagement through a joint agency review team. We heard that that was a desire in this instance as well, because the cable is crossing shore, but it also has a landward component. If another proposed activity had the similar elements, I would hope that it would have a similar kind of process for coordination. So I guess that's as much detail as I'm comfortable going into on that question this time.
Thank you, Andy. Any other comments on this section of the text? All right, we'll move on to the next one. So this is all red. This is all added in. So go ahead and take a moment to look at this, and then let me know what your thoughts are on it.
And Marcus, why don't you just step back and, like, this was added because.
Yeah, excellent. Sorry. A lot of this was added. This section was added to clarify language about protecting renewable marine resources, the environment, habitats, ecosystems, because that was kind of brought up as one of the main issue at the last meeting. And this section was added directly from part 5 with slight changes, because I thought that was good language that's already in use in the TSP part 4, or the TSP. So that's why this was brought in.
There was a question in the chat from Elaine asking about the use of renewable to describe living marine resources. In general, that's a healthy, functioning ecosystem that will continue to provide fish. It will continue to have structural and functional diversity in the marine system, that, if stewarded well, will continue to provide economic and other values to the people of the state of Oregon. This is a language that's consistent with statewide land use policy goal 19. So it's really just kind of bringing goal 19 language directly into this portion of the Territorial Sea Plan.
Similar to that, Andy, what's the definition of coastal communities?
Yeah, so coastal communities
Is
can
that like
be
neighborhoods and people, or are we still, or is that still
communities of practice or communities of place is how I think about them, especially those within the coastal zone. Obviously, if you're landing a cable on our shoreline, you will be intersecting with a county, potentially with a city. You may be interacting with communities of practice for recreation, like surfers, if there's a nearby recreation spot, fishers, if there's fishing, other recreational activities. So that's how I think of the term communities and coastal communities specifically.
This is just a thought off the top of my head, but I'd actually think that most of this section B addresses marine habitat and resources, and actually coastal communities could even be a section C. And it does slightly verge on what we were just talking about of how to address concerns or impacts to coast users on people and user groups. So it could be a different subset rather than mixing it in here.
Thank you for that feedback, Ryan. Any other thoughts on this?
I think I would echo Ryan, maybe not specifically, but just looking at sort of B, C, D, and E, all, we're not looking at them all on the screen, but looking at the draft that we do sort of have some overlap in them, and not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but thinking about, does it make sense to have A be about, living marine resources, B be about diversity, or however we want to think about that, biological diversity, D being about communities, both practice and place-based. I don't know. I just thought it could be something to consider, given that there's some overlap here and it might not be totally clear.
Yeah, Marcus, it may be worth popping open the table of contents again to remind people where this language is relative to the hierarchy of other content. Let me see if I can get that going.
Okay, excellent. I'll stop sharing for now then and let you share that up, and then we can switch back whenever we're ready.
Give me a sec. Oh, I'm not connected to our network drives. This will take me a little bit longer.
Maybe while we're waiting for Andy, Scott, did you have something to say?
Yes, I did, Marcus. If you could put that last slide back up, it was under the last item. I think it was D or 4. I can't remember now. But yeah, restore the natural characteristics of a site to the extent practicable. And I'm a little concerned about the word practicable. Ryan in his report earlier today talked about the situation where it may be more beneficial and less intrusive to the environment than expending the resources, the carbon footprint of a ship to recover that cable when it's benign and buried a meter under the seafloor. So I'm not saying that's going to be the case all the time, that's the decision, but this sort of leaves that choice out of the mix. I mean, if you're directed to restore to the extent practicable, it leaves out the option, doesn't it, of being able to say, well, looked at it, and in this case, we think the cable, since it's well buried, and we might determine that it's better to leave the cable in situ.
Thank you for that feedback, Scott. Andy, are you ready yet? No, not yet. Okay, just making sure. Any other comments for this section before, while we're waiting for Andy? So just to kind of capture something that Elaine brought up in the chat, I actually don't know the answer to this. Maybe somebody else here does. Is the use of the term renewable from the original Goal 19 language when it was adopted in the 1970s, or is it from a subsequent amendment, 1984 or 2000? Just trying to understand the origination and the context. Like I said, I do not know the answer to that off the top of my head. I would have to research that a little bit to be able to answer your question, but I did want to capture that question.
Thanks.
Marcus, I'm noticing that the version that we sent out does not have the table of contents actually at the beginning. So.
All right.
Maybe we'll, why don't you move forward and I'll see if I can find it in another place. And I do think I can answer Elaine's question. I do think that the language is reflective of Goal 19 when it was originally adopted. So that would have been, I need to go look at the date, but if not 1994, then previous to that.
Thanks, Andy.
All right, so we'll move on to the next slide. So this is continuing on with that. This is kind of still under the same rationale as the previous slide, and I think that this kind of gets to why there's this mixing between communities and natural resources, because the original language talked about promoting direct communication between ocean users to avoid conflicts in this section. So just I totally see the point of separating that in oh wait, this is C and D. Never mind. I'm sorry, I got really confused there. But anyway, I can still see that point of having a totally separate section or bringing that coastal community collaboration that we talked about in the previous slide into maybe part D here, to where we have a section that's specific to that. But any questions specifically about the language on this slide? Ryan?
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe you could give an example on how Part D is implemented in reality, more specifically the language that's in black towards the end of that sentence, the require written agreements among the parties when necessary to ensure communication and memorialize agreements. That's relatively broad in my mind, and I'm just wondering what an example of like a required agreement would be.
That might be something that Scott McMullen can talk more on, since that tends to be what the fisheries cable. Oh, go ahead, Scott. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Marcus. Yeah, Ryan, the OPAC adopted a amendment for this TSP Part 4. I think it was roughly the year 2000. And at the time, the first few Oregon cables under the Oregon Fishermen's Cable Committee had been, we had applied, the applicants had applied for permits, and they included copies of the written agreements that were between the cable owner and the Oregon Fishermen's Cable Committee. And I can surmise that the state saw the value and benefit of those collaborative discussions, relationships, identifying the responsibilities of the different parties, etc., that they, without any request from us, decided to make that incorporated in part of TSP Part 4 amendment. So that's sort of the history of it. We had already had a couple of agreements, and those agreements were included in the submission of the application package to this joint application between Department of State Lands and the Army Corps of Engineers. So they had a copy of our agreements. And so there are a number of things in TSP Part 4 that I think can trace directly back to those early OFCC fishing agreements.
Sure, and I definitely understand that. And I guess what I'm thinking about it is both D and E, when it's talking about, you know, collaborative agreement seeking process, is just what would this actually require? Because we're mentioning community stakeholders as an example, and lumping that into collaborative agreement seeking processes. So from a state perspective, what type of agreement would they anticipate wanting to see or would require? Because right now, it's not like you go knocking on every door saying, check this box if you agree with this, because you're going to get people who don't agree with it. So I guess this could be interpreted very loosely and broadly and allow somebody to come and say, I'm a stakeholder. I want, you know, I have a stake in this project. I want, you know, some sort of agreement. I guess I'd just be concerned this is a bit too loose here.
Yeah, I'd agree, Ryan. To my knowledge, the only agreements that have been submitted to the state are the OFCC fishing agreements. So, but with the exception, I guess, a band in the case of an AT&T China US cable, there was a abandoned submarine cable council agreement also. Those two, and those are relatively similar.
The PackWave project also had an agreement
Oh,
between
that's right. Good point, Andy.
the Fine organization, which is a Lincoln County committee, fishermen involved in natural energy, I think is what it stands for. And they provided the written agreement for the PackWave facility.
Yeah, I think the section E is really sort of a change in, it's an expansion of what is there now to encourage applicants to, you know, at this time, we really don't have anything that really identifies the need or ability to contact tribal governments. I mean, that's great. We can do that, but it's a shift right here. This is a thing that really needs some good discussion. I guess I kind of agree with you, Ryan. It's written so broadly. It's sort of hard to know how that would play out.
Thank you, Ryan and Scott and Andy as well. Joanne Morris.
Thank you. Yeah, so I had exactly the same concern about this section as Ryan and Scott have pointed out. So coastal communities was added, was the red line. Affected ocean users, up to this point, it's been clear, very clear to cable owners that we have to enter into an agreement with the fishermen through the OFCC agreement, which is a very clear agreement as far as what you have to do to be part of the agreement, what you have to do to be part of this committee, and for the life of the cable. And the requirements are very clear. thanks to the great work that Scott has put into it over the last, over 20 years. And I guess my concern as a cable owner representative would be that the additional language that's been added has made it very now open-ended. And it's not clear how we meet the expectations and requirements of the other stakeholders.
Thank you for that. Jason Bush.
Thank you. First of all, I want to apologize if you already addressed this. I did have to peel away for an hour for a phone call. But I'm looking at subsection C, and the question I have is, what does that add in addition to subsection B? And when I look at this, I see what is effectively a definition. What does it mean to protect renewable marine resources as opposed to what is a policy assertion? Sort of my lawyerly eyes say, does this belong as a policy statement, or is this how we're defining what it means to protect renewable marine resources, which would apply across other documents and policies?
Thank you, Jason. Any other thoughts on that?
Well, can someone just sort of describe why you have B and C? I guess is one way to ask this question. Another way to ask that question.
Well, I guess my logic in it was that this section already talked about protecting marine habitat, fishery areas, and resources. But in the black line that has a strike through it, the previous section also talked about these resources, but without specifically noting like where that comes from, like statewide planning goal, other parts of the territorial sea plan. And I just thought that this language was stronger, but maybe that's maybe what you're putting forth. I kind of agree that maybe this is better as a definition of what that means. Any other thoughts on that from anyone else?
Yeah, I guess it seems duplicative, and I guess we didn't catch that when we brought the materials over from part 5.
Absolutely. Thank you for that catch, Jason. Tara?
Yeah, well, I think that was part of my comment. I'm also figuring out how to respond to everything that's just been said. I think one of the things we're looking to do in this process is to expand the stakeholders and communities that are involved in cable siting. And that is why I think expanding some of this language is important. And I don't necessarily have a problem with part D. I think there might be a way to, change that to help with some of the concerns I just heard about requiring written agreements. There is the when necessary language. We might be able to wordsmith that a bit, but I still think really important to keep that need for direct communication in with coastal communities. And not just affected ocean users as it has traditionally been interpreted. So those are my not fully formed thoughts in response, but also just wanted to reiterate the sort of repetitive nature of A, B, and C, and a little bit D as well. I think we could do some rewriting and editing of these and I'm happy to help with some of that to make it very clear. A is about fisheries and ocean users. B is about protecting renewable marine resources, and maybe C/D is about more of this communication and collaboration. So I just wanted to reiterate that there seems to be a lot of repetition here. I think we could make it a little cleaner.
I agree with that. Thank you, Tara. Becky Anthony?
Yeah, I just had a question for DSL about whether or not they anticipated a rule change because of the revisions that we're making to TSP Part 4? Because just sort of to differentiate between what would be in rural versus what's in the territorial sea plan.
Right now, our Division 83 rules, explicitly, reference that any easement authorizations got to conform to the territorial sea plan, as well as goal 19. So I wouldn't anticipate that we would need to change anything in specific or anything specific unless, we call that out in the territorial sea plan that needs to.
Blake, on the topic of rule changes, were there other conforming rulemaking changes that were necessary as a result of House Bill 2603? I know that there was a section 1 that covered the DSL director's discretion to ask for bonding or decommissioning resources. I thought those may have already been covered by existing DSL rules, but
yeah, I mean, we made changes to our easement template to kind of include House Bill language for decommissioning, as well as for bond and other financial assurances that were required. I don't have the rules in front of me, but I do know that we it states that DSL has a discretion to require those different types of financial assurances, and we didn't see the need to make rule changes because we already had that authority in statute and rule.
Thank you.
No worries.
Ryan Wapshall.
Yeah, just one more kind of food for thought on D and E is I think actually they're trying to get after the same thing. And it seems like you could probably combine E into D, where there's a lot of original language anyway, just by expanding, affected ocean users, coastal communities, local, state, and federal agencies, community stakeholders, and tribal governments. And then to resolve and avoid conflicts and require written agreements among the parties when necessary. You'd even add, including prior engagement, engagement prior to requesting authorization to initiate a project where appropriate, to ensure communication, memorialize agreements. I mean, I think it's all getting after the same thing. And what we're trying to do is just expand the groups of people that should be engaged early and throughout the process, rather than kind of duplicating the intent between two sections.
Thank you for that, Ryan. Yeah, I think that's something that Tara was getting at a few minutes ago as well. So I hear what you are both saying. Blake, did you have something else to add?
Just to kind of agree with Ryan, I think it'd be best if we combine those two sections, because I feel like he's right. They're getting at the same thing. And then also to go back, I believe some other comments were made about section E and how it might leave things a little bit more open-ended without, clear direction as to what it's requiring applicants to do. And, the only thing I would say is I think we should be very sure that, whatever language we're proposing and amending is going to make it clear to applicants, what's required of them, as well as, clear to community members, what's available to them.
Thank you, Blake. Lene?
Thanks. I wanted to just kind of speak in support to what Tara had mentioned under D. And maybe it's only because our community was so impacted by the poor communication from the cable company that we ended up not having any avenue to communicate or to resolve differences. And so I think that if we were now in the same position and we became aware that a cable was being proposed to be landed in Tierra del Mar, we would greatly benefit from a necessity to ensure communication and to memorialize agreements, because we didn't have that support from the county or from the other permitting agencies. And we were really left at the discretion of what was offered to us. And so I just want to speak in support of really trying to think that through. In the best of times, that shouldn't be necessary. If you were communicating from the very beginning, then you would understand and you would feel recognized and valued. But the reality is that didn't happen. And so I want to just kind of help people think through what's the best way to provide assurances and safeguards for the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Lene. Any other comments or questions about this section? I kind of wanted to point out that there was a section of the House bill that talked about requirements for public information meetings or other methods for engaging communities, tribal governments, ocean users, and industries affected by a proposed undersea cable. And that was kind of what this language in E was trying to get at. But I do agree that section D also gets at that, especially with added language like Ryan had talked about. And so I really appreciate that feedback. Any other comments on this set of amendments? Okay, we'll move on to the next slide. So this is moving on to implementation requirements. And this is kind of language from the TSP Part 5 mainly, just kind of referring to other portions of the Territorial Sea Plan as they may relate to projects. So, for example, developing renewable energy facilities, even though those energy facilities may have cables, the facilities themselves are going to be covered under Part 5. This is just clarifying language for that, as well as other uses as defined by other parts of the Territorial Sea Plan, just kind of clearing up some of that language in the implementation section as they did in Part 5. Comments? Jason?
Yeah, and I apologize. I've read this a couple times here, and I'm still not quite sure I understand what it's how to read this. So when it says apply the following implementation requirements, are we talking about? I'm looking back at the original document here. I don't see anything. Oh, I see what you mean. So burial being these additional. This language, I'm looking at the wrong.
Like A through E, like
A
subparts
through E,
through
yeah. I see. These are the additional criteria that you want to have considered. I see. I was missing that part there.
I missed it too. I think this could be a little bit clearer to set up the implementation requirements.
Yeah, so something, this subs, as delineated below, or just something that sends the eyes to the relevant language.
Absolutely, thank you. Other thoughts on this section of text, Elaine?
I'm just trying to kind of read this in context we were just talking about, but in that we're calling out specific types of infrastructure here. So trying to incorporate Part 5 and Part 2 into certain evaluations. Maybe we
Yeah.
could drop that down into implementation requirements specific to a particular type of infrastructure, so it's clear, or something that structurally this is hard to parse.
Okay, thank you. Jason, did you raise your hand again, or is that just kind of a?
No, I'm sorry, my mistake.
Nope, just making sure. Any other comments on this section?
Well, I guess can you remind us part 5, and God knows I should know that well at this point, but it's been a while since I've looked at it, almost 10 years. But so what the issue at play here is floating offshore wind that will be out 20 miles or more from shore. And so the cables obviously are the very relevant component of this that would affect the state's territorial sea. To what extent did part 5 specifically address cable crossing? In my mind, it just sort of stayed silent on that and was only relevant to actual energy projects being developed.
There was some language in part 5 about how far apart cables needed to be for maintenance and cable protection. So there is some language in part 5 about cables, but a lot of the language in part 5 in their implementation section directs users to part 4. When it comes to cables.
Okay, thank you. While I've got the mic here, the one other thing is something it was in the language above at actually the very beginning paragraph. To the extent that it's relevant in section A1 background, you've got this language referencing natural gas pipelines and telecom essentially as the two potential uses. And I'm wondering whether it might behoove you to just kind of update that, right? Instead of natural gas, there are obviously electrical cables from energy projects and potentially hydrogen production. So these are the newer uses that are becoming relevant and are not yet mentioned in the document. And when I see policy priorities around protection of renewable resources, existing users, et cetera, and then you have these additional language that says, well, you want to avoid impacts, but if you can't avoid the impacts, then you mitigate them. And so that's the language in there that says, look, this is not a blanket prohibition on a cable that install that would have some of these impacts potentially. So that's how I read it, is like, yeah, there's a pathway forward here. It's not just a blanket prohibition just because you're going to impact the environment or an ocean user. But I feel like the benefits of telecommunication cables, electrical power from renewable energy, hydrogen as a replacement fuel for diesel and bunker fuels, the advantages of that to society and to our state, both environmentally, socially, and economically, are very relevant and need to be considered when we're weighing the potential impacts of these new installations against this delineated list of priorities. There's another side of that conversation. Yes, we're impacting in them, and there are benefits to having renewable energy versus dams or coal plants. So I'm kind of curious whether that's viable language in the background, and it might help readers and users understand that this is a balancing process, not a direct prohibition on impacts.
Thank you for that. Kind of as I talked about a little earlier, like the background section, I have not delved into changing any of that yet. But that whole section is going to have changes made to it. So I would appreciate any kind of input. that anyone has about background information, things that you think should be seen there. And then, so thank you for that, Jason. Becky, Anthony?
Yeah, this was regarding the last sentence in part 3, where it says state and federal agencies shall avoid or reduce conflicts or adverse effects on other ocean users through the use of one or more of the following, which, as I read it, means if you do burial, you don't have to have a jar. So just kind of clarifying what the intent of that was, because it could be interpreted in that way.
Thank you for that. I did not read it as such, so but I can see where you're coming from with that, and I think that that means that there should be some changes there.
Thanks.
Scott?
Thank you, Marcus. I just wanted to respond to Jason a little bit. I think Jason's analysis is correct. This does sort of push in a singular direction of protecting those resources. And I think the reason for that, Jason, is when the territorial sea plan, the original territorial sea plan before the amendments was written, it was written with a strong emphasis on protecting fisheries. And I think the fishing specifically, and the fishing industry, the fishing communities that depend on it, were all seen as critical to the state's economy. And I think this dates back into the 1990s, if I'm not mistaken. But I think the reason we see it here in the amendments is because it follows directly from the original document. Right or wrong, when this was crafted, the original territorial sea plan was crafted, the state made a conscious decision that we want to protect those offshore resources and the communities that depend on them.
Thank you, Scott, for that. Any other comments? All right, we'll move on to the next section. This section I have not made any changes to, but I wanted to keep it in here to see if there were changes that people thought should be made in this section. Scott, did you raise your hand again, or is that left over from before?
That's a legacy. My apologies.
No worries. Joanne Morris?
I was actually expecting, Scott, you'd have a comment on number 4, because we've had this discussion, I think, with y'all, Andy specifically, about the periodic inspection of the buried cable, and that cables, we have all kinds of data that the cables do not move after they've been buried. That, we do think it's of course, a good idea to inspect the cable after a major geologic event. So the wording in 4 is about removing the periodic inspection.
I think Blake may be able to talk more on this, but I think that the reason that I didn't make any changes here, previous discussions about this would require a rule change from DSL. And so I think that that's, let me let Blake talk on that a little bit more.
Yeah, that's well, one of the things that I was going to say was, yes, it'd require rule change on DSL's part, which we're not opposed to. I think maintaining inspections after major geologic events, it should be a priority, and those periodic inspections, from what we've heard from applicants, that they're can be fairly onerous, and spend a lot of fossil fuels for them to find out that it's exactly where they expected it to be. So I think we are agreeable to to, looking into that. But, like Marcus said, it would require rule change on our part to fully implement.
So the language that is there currently indicates that it shall have periodic inspections. And a way to soften that, if we want to change it, is the agency may. And that would eliminate the requirement. I guess there's a chicken and the egg problem here. Once the TSP is amended, then DSL rules do need to conform with it, as DSL is one of the agencies that helps to steward the TSP via OPAC. And so the fact that this language says shall, I think, is consistent with the existing rule that's in place. I'm amenable to changing that given the evidence that's been presented to the state about how frequently cables become unburied or exposed after burial occurs in installation. But I really don't think that is an issue, given our now 20-year history of cables on the seafloor of Oregon. So recommendation would be to change this to may, and or to remove the periodically statement from the paragraph to say that we do want it to be resurveyed after a geological event, but companies, as I've heard, would want to do that anyways to make sure that their infrastructure is operating correctly. So I think there's a couple of ways to modify the language that would address the concerns that have been raised.
Hey, so Andy, I'm looking over the rule in Division 83, and it not to bore you with the details, but easement holders shall inspect cables to ensure. It doesn't say periodically. It says to be done on a frequency to be determined by the division in consultation with our applicant. So we may have discretion to be able to amend that in our template, in our easement template rather.
Well, I'm comfortable with that change, but I want to hear the discussion from the group.
Yeah, thank you both. Scott, did you have something to say about this?
Yeah, I do. I think Andy will remember OFCC submitted a formal request to OPAC. I think it was in 2018, where we were asking for we met with Patty Snow and Andy and people from Department of State Lands with a discussion to actually remove the word periodically. And I remember clearly Patty's words was this could be a fairly minor surgical fix. When we explained, as others have brought out, the fossil fuel use, the fact that in 10 inspections that were conducted over, I don't know how many kilometers of undersea cable with a remote control submarine, there was no evidence of any buried cable becoming unburied. And so we had I think a fairly detailed request with a lot of information and documentation that we submitted to OPAC. And our answer was, yes, we'll get to it, but first we got to finish Rocky Shores, and we kind of got pushed off till later, and it is later now. So with this, then the next thing was, well, there's legislation in place, so let's wait until the legislation is done. So I don't want to see this get pushed down the road further. We had this request a long time ago. I think it's fair, justifiable, and responsible for the state. I don't like the idea of changing it to may, because that puts an unnecessary regulatory concern on cable owners. We we don't know what the rules are then. We know that they
Yep.
may come and ask for this or they may not. And I think it's fair to make a decision that cable owners understand. And whether it's power cables, submarine cables, pipelines, whatever, I think it's only fair that we provide clear guidance. So that's my take. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Tara, did you have comment on this?
Yeah, well, my first question was going to be how periodically was defined and has been defined. Sounds like in rule, it's not really defined in any way, and that the agency still has discretion on this. So I was just curious, like, are cable operators having to go out there every 2 to 5 years? Like, what has been the actual practical on the water periodic inspection? And then secondly, just, I know we've been specifically talking a lot of about cables, that's been our focus, but this does also cover pipelines and other utility fixtures, and just wanting to put out there that the standard for that and when we might want them looked at and inspected, something buried, if it was carrying, I don't know, fuel, toxic sludge, like we might want it looked at more often in case there was leakage. So that's just putting those two ideas out there, and thoughts and questions.
Thank you, Tara. Becky Anthony?
Yeah, my comment's about something else, so we can continue this and you can get back to me later if that works.
Okay, that sounds great. Just keep
Okay.
your hand up.
Okay.
Blake, did you have something to add to this?
Yeah, just, Scott's mentioning not wanting to have may instead of shall. I would reiterate that. I think it's either, a requirement or not a requirement. It'd be better, coming from, the state, having that requirement there instead of having that more of a discretion. We may do it because then it feels more like, or rather, I would say applicants might feel like we are being punitive when we are, using our discretion in that. So, as a preference, I would rather see shall, and we can remove the periodically and just see shall be inspected after any major geologic event. I feel like that's good language, so yeah, just leave it at that.
Thank you, Blake. Scott, did you have more to say?
Yeah, just to follow up for Tara's benefit, when we had an inspection requirement, and I will say this inspection requirement originated with the OSCC. We as fishermen members wanted to, this was a new thing to have submarine cables in our grounds, and we initially said we want to know that they're safe to fish over. So we asked for an initial inspection at every 5 years. After the first 5 years, they were done, no problems. We learned how expensive and what a big operation it was to do that inspection. And we quickly revised our protocols and said, okay, we'll do the first inspection at 5 years. Any subsequent inspection can be on 8-year intervals. And so we had a number of cables that made it through their 8-year inspection, but in all of the inspections that we did, as I said, we didn't find any issues. And so we just kind of came to the conclusion that we're smarter than just doing the same thing just because that's the way we've always done it. Let's be smart about this and take away the requirement. So that's what we did. But it was 5 and 8 year intervals at the time. California had kind of modeled after our thing, and they had inspections. I think it was 18 to 24 months or 18 to 36 months. And they ended up removing their periodic inspection requirement.
Thank you, Scott, for that. It kind of brings up a question that I have that maybe I can direct to Ryan about the lifespan of cables and how long they're intended to be in, buried before they're decommissioned, and how often they're used after their expected lifespan, and for how long generally, if that's the case.
Sure.
And if that is the case, maybe requiring an inspection if they're planning to continue using the cable after its expected lifespan or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's slightly complicated topic. I mean, going back to what Scott said, is California did have inspection requirements, and I think over the course of history with cables going to California, it was shown that cables don't really move or become unburied. And I think that that's a similar case for Oregon. Generally, it's not a standard or best practice at a global level to inspect a cable once it's been installed. And generally on the thought that once it's buried, it remains buried. The exceptions to that are if it's buried in an area of coastal erosion, or there is some sort of geologic event that alters the seabed landscape where it could potentially become unburied, or in instances where a cable is not adequately buried or not buried very successfully, and it could become exposed, but generally that's going to be kind of location specific. In terms of design life, fiber optic cables are designed for a 25-year design life. They're generally operated somewhere between 20 and 25 years. But depending on the cable and the owners and the requirements for that cable, they can be operated beyond that. And so some older legacy cables are still being operated close to around 30 years, but that's going to be case by case. I could say if an operator wants, I don't think it's the state's role necessarily to dictate how long that cable is operated. I'd say maybe after 25 years, it could be inspected, but if after 25 years, there's never been an issue with the cable, like it's never, fishing activities never interfered with it, there's not been any consequence from that cable, I think it'd be safe to assume they could just keep operating it as long as they have the easement to do so. So that's just my feedback off the top of my head. Power cables are quite a bit different. Power cables are designed for a 40-year design life. And as for how long they're actually operated, it's completely dependent on its application. So you do have power cables that are operated for a really, really, really long time. If a power cable is damaged, it can be really difficult to repair that power cable. The power cable is jointed, and it's generally acceptable range of costs to repair a power cable between $10 and $100 million, having to do with both the resources that are required to repair the power cable and the time necessary. And in some applications, there's no guarantee that the repair will actually be successful. So in some cases, if a power cable is damaged, it's cheaper to just replace the entire power cable. So then you're kind of starting to talk about a completely new project. So that kind of, I don't know if Marcus, that answers your questions, but it kind of gives the full gamut of that. Whereas if a fiber optic cable is damaged, it's repaired relatively easily, relatively quickly. The cables drop back down on the seabed. It's in an area of burial. It'll be post-lay buried, and then that's it.
Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, that does help me a lot. I guess that kind of brings me to talking about something that Tara brought up. Does it make sense to other folks on the working group to maybe separate the as we've talked already, keeping the shall language and taking away periodically when it comes to cables, but maybe separating pipelines and other fixtures and keeping a periodic inspection requirement for those. If I don't really know much about those industries specifically, so does it make sense to kind of separate that language here? Thoughts from anybody on that?
I don't know standard practice for pipelines, but I think going back to a previous comment, just the inherent nature of what a pipeline may contain poses a completely different risk than what a cable does. So just by sheer virtue of its own application, I could see them potentially being addressed differently.
Definitely. Scott, did you have something to say on this?
I would just say all of the pipelines I am aware of are ocean outfall pipes, usually by small, relatively small sanitary districts, Twin Rocks, Rockaway Beach, I think both have ocean outfalls. I think the town of Oceanside has an outfall. And I think the Georgia Pacific Mill at Toledo has an ocean outfall. So I don't think and I think the state regulates what is allowed to be dispersed in those outfalls. I don't think there's any case or any reason to think that we'll have fuel in the near future. Jason brought up hydrogen, and I guess that would be maybe the one possibility, but I think even hydrogen from coming in from offshore is probably an awful long ways away. I don't expect it to happen in my lifetime. So I just thought, just to provide some context here, I'm not sure that those inspections for these pipelines is I don't really see the need for the state to get involved with a arbitrary inspection. I think those sanitary districts keep track and know if they have a problem. And I know it wasn't too long ago that I think Rockaway Beach replaced their existing one with a larger one a few years back. And being that these organizations, that the Twin Rocks Sanitary District, these are pretty small local, a form of local government that probably doesn't have huge resources when you talk about what it would cost to inspect a pipeline. And if there's not a specific reason to do it, I feel a little uncomfortable dictating a mandatory inspection requirement on a sanitary district that as they can monitor the outfall and what goes out very, very clearly from shore. So anyway, that's just my thoughts.
Thank you, Scott. Blake, did you have something on this?
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to mention the state's DSL's experience with other pipelines that cross, our not territorial sea, but our other navigable waters. In our experience, when we have either fuel or natural gas or some other pipeline that's transmitting a product, the grantee the grantee has some sort of inspection in place, and they use, I think they're called pigs. They put them in the pipeline. They check the pipeline periodically at their own schedule and very regularly. And we've I guess I would just say that pipelines are being inspected if they're transmitting some sort of product by the person who's transmitting it, because it's in their best interest to make sure that they don't lose any of that product and that the pipeline is transmitting it properly and doesn't have any issues that they would need to be aware of.
Thank you, Blake. Tara?
Yeah, that's helpful. I still think, I would like to see the state have a requirement that any pipeline transmitting such a thing be inspected. And I hear that industry is doing that in practice, but I think having a requirement that happen would be important if we ever had hydrogen fuel going under the seafloor. To Scott's point on the small, outflows, I don't know what, I think if we could get answers or maybe look into what are the requirements already there? I mean, if this requirement's already in place in the territorial sea plan, just how is it kind of already being implemented? What's happening on the water? I think it would just be useful for us to understand. And then, yeah, I don't want to put a big burden on small communities to inspect their, outflows, but at the same time, I do think that it's important, especially from a conservation perspective, when there is pipelines, as Ryan said, do tend to carry something, and we don't want that leaking into the ocean. So I would just like to know a little more, and I can try to do a little of my own research, but if anybody else has more insight, I think that'd be helpful.
Thank you, Tara. Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, admittedly, I'm not totally familiar with all of the outfall pipelines that exist on the coast and how far offshore they go, but I just know anecdotally from other experience walking beaches in other states, looking at landing sites, that outfall pipes, if they're buried, you won't see them. If they're unburied, you will see them. And there's exposed outfall pipes on beaches and then at low tide as well. So yeah, I mean, depending on how far offshore it goes, typically outfall pipes don't go that far offshore. So there's other ways to visually inspect them without putting too much of an onerous condition on an owner, operator, or municipality. But it is kind of a very specific case versus, yeah, a pipeline that goes maybe a longer distance, actually transporting a natural gas or oil or whatever the case might be.
Thank you, Ryan. Blake?
Yeah, I just, wanted to, talk about the state and how we kind of implement those requirements. Typically, there's an inspection, condition in the easement that we issue. And, to be clear, this is, just involving, our proprietary authority, and our regulatory authority is, I'm not an expert in the permits that we issue under our removal fill laws. So if there is an inspection requirement under those, I'm not aware of it. But as far as our easements are concerned, it really depends on the specific cable or pipeline or outfall or whatever it is as to what those inspection requirements are. Um, my experience is that I've seen older easements that don't have a specific time frame, but just say that it's to be inspected as needed, and then newer language provides more clear inspected annually or inspected under the following circumstances. I don't have a specific example in front of me, but typically we rely on the grantees supply that information, saying that it was inspected and when that inspection was done, and that they're in compliance of that condition.
Thank you, Blake. Scott?
I have a new topic. I'll wait for after Becky.
Excellent, thank you. If nobody has any more comments about this section 4 that we were discussing, then let's move on and let Becky bring up the next topic.
Okay, I actually had a quick question related to 4 finally, like at the very end.
Excellent.
So if you remove periodically from that sentence, does that mean DSL can't inspect, like have inspection requirements for cables?
I mean, I am not a lawyer, but I don't think that is the case. I mean, it says that we shall require cables inspected after any major geologic event. I just don't know how the territorial sea plan would that be able to, I guess, circumvent our Division 83 rules that specifically allow us to require inspections done at a frequency, of our discretion, or well, our with consultation with the easement holder. So yeah, I don't know how those two would kind of compete, and would be interested to see how that would turn out.
Great.
My interpretation of that is if it's silent on periodic inspections, then your authority would give you the opportunity to ask for an inspection. I don't think that it would take away DSL's authority to manage their property through an inspection if they felt the need. This would just now be saying that after any earthquake, it is a requirement.
Got it. That makes a lot of sense, Andy, that you could be more specific in the territorial sea plan about what inspections, but our general authority to require inspections would still, I guess, govern.
Okay. I get back to my original one. It was just in section 1 where it says in-state waters. We were just going to suggest that including all telecommunication cables, comma, electric transmission cables, pipelines and other fixtures, to add that specifically.
Excellent, thank you.
Mhm.
Scott?
Yeah, thank you, Marcus. Mine's on number 2 in federal waters. And this was our second request that we put in, and I'll be happy to provide that letter request to OPAC from a few years back to you, Marcus, and you can share it with the group as sort of background information. But our second request was that we eliminate the 2,000 meter burial term, because from a practical standpoint, most undersea cable plows typically will have a depth rating of 1,500 meters. And currently off Oregon, when in our negotiations with cable owners, we ask for burial to a point that is 1 kilometer seaward of a federal fisheries boundary line. So they have to bury it 1 kilometer beyond where trawlers can legally fish on the bottom. And that tends to be way less than 2,000 meters. So this language is a little bit confusing because it says where federal agencies don't require it, then it's deemed consistent if they make a finding. Well, federal agencies, which would typically be the Corps of Engineers, have not, to my understanding, ever had a requirement of a burial off Oregon to 2,000 meters. Nor do I believe they have ever made a finding, quote unquote, that it's consistent to whatever burial they do have in state waters or in the federal waters. So I think just to clean that language up, we should eliminate this depth of 2,000 meters. It's not a practical depth. It isn't. There's nobody fishing at 2,000 meters on the seabed with trawl gear. There's probably, I don't believe there's any fishing on the seabed in 2,000 meters off the coast of Oregon. And this would be just a chance to clean this up and make it more consistent. I believe we provided some draft language in our original submittal to OPAC, and I'll dig that up.
Thank you, Scott. Natalia?
Thanks, Marcus. I want to address this point about point 4 regarding periodical inspection. So I think we should be very careful here because we are talking under this number about fiber optical cables, but also other pipelines and utility. It means natural gas, oil and gas, or hydrogen, whatever you put there. And requirements for periodical inspection, it's completely different for different pipelines. So let's say House Bill mostly talk about amendment for fiber optical cables. There is no risk for gas or oil leakage, which of course we may remove periodical inspection. But let's say if we're talking about oil and gas pipelines or hydrogen, so periodical inspection is needed to check in terms of leakages and temperature difference and etc. that can cause those damages. So maybe here we can separate requirements for fiber optical cables that may not require periodical inspection, but I don't know, maybe add additional paragraph that it may be required according to the state standards for other pipelines and utilities. So that's like, yeah, should be just a little bit careful here if we remove something that can be interpretation that it's not required for oil and gas pipelines. Thanks.
Thank you, Natalia. Did we have other hands up? I don't know if those questions were already answered. All right. Jason Bush.
A couple things. This isn't really, sorry, get out of here. This isn't essential, but looking in number one there, state waters, this language that shows up pretty regularly, telecommunication cables, pipelines, other fixtures. You might just think about a simple statement at the beginning of your document and come up with one term so that you don't need to keep saying this. And other fixtures, I'm not sure what that would be, but you might just think about that from sort of elegance perspective to just make it read a little better. And I guess I want to weigh in as well on what we just heard about the reviewing or inspecting the cabling. This is kind of I think this is important because one can imagine that the cost of any inspection is pretty enormous. And if there's no statement about what the standard is by which the state determines when a periodic inspection is required, I mean, that just sort of leaves it open-ended. And if I was industry, I would say, well, gosh, that seems open-ended, and I'd love to see some more language around under what conditions you would actually need to do an inspection. And there's a big difference between an electrical cable or a telecom cable and one that's carrying a hydrogen or natural gas. So, and if there's ever a geological event like a subduction zone earthquake, you're not going to need the state to ask the cable or infrastructure owner to go inspect their equipment. That's going to be a priority for them. So, I mean, I think the spirit of this is reasonable, but I do think the language could use some refinement.
Thank you for that, Jason. Any other comments on this section of text? Okay, we'll move on to the next section then. So this is where we start getting into the state agency review process. This was kind of added in. This is from the TSP Part 5 and then modified for the TSP Part 4. This was kind of one of those topics that came up during the last meeting that seemed to have some consensus about having a more coordinated application or review process, pre-application meetings, that kind of information. And so that is the reasoning behind this. Tara?
I actually was just going to suggest, and I meant to do it at the end of the last slide, that we take like a 5-minute break. We've been at this a little over an hour and a half, and I know we have a lot more to get through, but I could use a quick break. I don't know about anyone else.
Sure. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, even just a 5-minute bio break would be appreciated.
3:15 now. Let's come back at 3:20 then.
Thank you.
When everyone is back, just please turn on your camera or let us know in the chat or send a reaction, thumbs up or something to let us know.
Yeah, appreciate everyone's time. We know it's been a long day. And we've got about 40 minutes left, so we'll try and get through the remaining materials and get you out of here by 4.
Excellent. So let's just continue on. As I was saying, this section was kind of added in just to talk about bringing in that review process and also highlighting that the federal consistency review, but also bringing in the idea of having a JART for pre-application. And that seemed to be something that there was a lot of a fair amount of consensus about on the last meeting. Any comments about this language? I am not seeing anything. If there's no comments, we're just going to move on to the next slide here. And that will continue with, oh, I see something in the chat. They would always require easements, yes. Sorry, which section are you referring to?
It's the last sentence, it just says DSL will coordinate the review of applications for easements. So I'm just being clear that all the activities would require an easement, therefore would trigger the JART, is my question. Or should it be another word other than easement or not? I don't know. DSL.
No, I think to occupy the space, DSL will require an easement. Blake can correct me if I'm wrong, but
No, it's an easement. I mean, there may be other permits. Removal fill permit may or may not be required depending on the number of cubic yards removed or filled. But yeah, so I don't know what else to say about that.
yeah, but I think easements would cover it.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Laurel and Blake and Andy. We'll move on to the next if no one has anything else. All right, so this is just kind of this is taken directly from part 5 again and then modified. This is just kind of explaining what the JART is, which agencies will be part of it, and so like I said, this is straight from part 5 and modified for part 4. Does anyone have any comments about this language?
And keep in mind here that we are also missing the sub 3 and I think 4 below. So community organizations are on the next slide, right?
Yeah. Any comments? If there are no comments, I will move on to, oh, Blake, there you go.
Gonna jump in there at the last second. I don't think that DSL has an issue with having a JART. We've got one for part 5, and that's great. Just, want to point out that, this review process will come with an added cost to the department. And I think it'll be clear in further edits that you made, Marcus, down where it says that DSL can, I can't remember exactly how it was worded, but hire experts, to help with reviewing our applications, because of the additional information that's going to be required in the JART. So just want to point that out, that there are additional costs, with the JART, but overall, I think it's a good idea to bring all of these state and federal agencies and stakeholders together to help, review. It's different than a PRP, a public review process where we put out an application for comment. It's going to be much more involved. So.
Thank you, Blake. Natalia?
Blake, maybe you can clarify here, but there's a little bit confusion related to previous question from Lauren. One, in the part B, the language was only just about easements. And here is we have DSL shall coordinate state federal agency in consultation with local jurisdictions. So if language previously just easement, it's only related to territorial sea. If we are talking about coordination with local jurisdictions, that already relate to removal field permits. So it's a little bit different. Maybe in the part B, we should add something to easements, just permits, or easements and removal field permits, just to be inconsistent with this. Yeah, or Blake, maybe you can clarify.
Yeah, I'm just not certain if we need to, just because if you are putting in a cable and you know, you're going to need a removal fill and an easement. You'll need a removal fill permit, and you'll need an easement for the continued authorization. So I don't think we would exclude any projects by saying easement.
No. What I mean in the previous, on the letter B, that Lauren just asked question about easements. It's only about easements, but here we talk about removal field permits and easements. So maybe we should add under the part B, just permits instead of easements, or, I mean, just to clarify that it's not just easement.
Yeah, I guess I just don't, I'm not following.
No, I mean, if we can come back to previous slide. Yeah, here is a last sentence. Coordinate review of application for easements. And then we talk about coordination with the local jurisdiction, which is not responsibility, let's say city or county, if we just issue easement authorization. It's related to removal field permits. So I mean, just to some sort of language to maybe to adjust that last sentences, that is not just easements, but also other permits.
Yeah, I think the language was tailored specifically to instigate a JART when there's a proposed use of the seafloor that will require an easement. The piece that will bring in the other local governments is actually the local land use planning governments where the cable is being landed. So that's the part that this is recognizing is important, the landward coordination side of the process. So if you move forward a slide, Marcus, the local governments would be where the action is taking, like where the onshore landing site and the zone that the cable would be landed in is part of a local land use, local government permit process, right? So I don't think the specific mention of the removal fill in the previous language is trying to get at anything other than the coordination that would be happening would bring in the multiple parties that have some part in the broad project regulatory process. So I don't think the language has a gap. I think it's meant to have the state federal agencies from the territorial sea part with the local land use planning piece and the local communities on the landward side. At least that's how I remember the discussions taking place in association with part 5, which was there's got to be an onshore component of a marine renewable energy project to bring it to shore. So I'm struggling to understand how there's a gap in the language or why we would want to put in. additional reference, but I think we can look at that language to make sure that it's tailored and complementary to each other.
Yeah, I also didn't think that there was a gap. But I mean, if there is somebody, then I definitely want to make sure that we clarify as much as possible where we can.
Absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up, Natalia, and your input, Laurel, as well as Blake and Andy on that. Becky Anthony?
Yeah, this is about something different again. So I don't know, did anybody else want to follow up on that before I started?
I just had one thing to add.
Okay.
I think Andy, everything you said absolutely makes sense. I don't know if there is a gap, but I think what's being potentially interpreted is in part B, where it does refer to easement. That's really only one of the approvals that are granted for cable projects. So I think that might be the disparity, is that really once you get on land, it triggers a whole host of other things that aren't an easement. And I get that B and C may actually be addressing different things, but perhaps it could just be more generally addressed as like all permits, approvals, et cetera, across the linear project from the territorial sea to the landing site. And then that just more clearly, I think, specifies the intent that here at the JART, you'd be pulling in local jurisdictions, cities, counties, et cetera, communities, because that's a component that, of course, is more landward than anything else that's addressed in the territorial sea plan part 4. So it's just maybe added clarity on that.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, I think the initiation of the JART was the important part in B. Subsection C is a description of who was supposed to be invited and their potential role in that, process. They were to communicate with a potential applicant what their, local land use zones would be, or if it's other permits that are required, like by state parks, there would be an explanation of the work required for that element. Laurel had her hand up, so but I think the distinction in the sections was really just the easement through the territorial sea plan is what would kick off the JART into existence, and then how the JART functions and its role is described in the next section.
Gotcha.
Laurel, did you have something to add to that?
Yeah, I understand the intent. I think that maybe there's just if we're a little bit confused, just maybe clarifying that language, that's the trigger and the formation of the JART is the result. And the intent of the JART isn't to go beyond the authority of the territorial sea, but to coordinate those parties just so everybody is on the same page. Because some of those activities for the landing site are not within the authority of the territorial, they're outside the jurisdiction of the territorial sea plan. So it's more of just a coordination role.
Thank you for that. Becky?
Yeah, my question had to do about timing of the JART during the pre-application meeting, and what the applicant would need to bring to the meeting to inform the understanding of what's being proposed versus after, kind of just being able to maintain flexibility so that in the process.
Yeah, I think that's an important point. I think that it's also I think that it's based on all of the different types of permits that are going to have to be applied for through this JART, through the people who, all the different regulatory agencies that are a part of this. So I think it's that's a good question, and to be able to get that some kind of list together that would be useful is kind of part of what we're hashing out here, like what would need to be there.
Yeah, kind of more before routes are finalized, so, and kind of alternatives considered, so the JART would have the ability to comment on that versus having that already finalized before the meeting takes place.
I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan?
Yeah, just a comment to that, Becky. Where I've been involved, on behalf of a project in a JART or something similar in other states, the preference, at least from my perspective, is really to come in quite early. So the offshore routes and landing sites have not been nailed down. There's perhaps a primary and maybe one alternate to consider, but there has been kind of that preliminary assessment. And I would come in with, a slide deck presentation about, this is who we are, this is what we're doing, this is the project, this is the reason for it. This is the schedule that that we're kind of operating under. But again, this is pretty early stage. And then here's a list of all the local, state, and federal permits that we think we need to obtain based on our own research or experience and so on and so forth. And then typically engage in a discussion with all the agencies as to whether, is that list correct? What would you guys expect? Do you have any immediate concerns? Can you point to us to more online resources so we can assess this further? So on and so forth. So it lays the foundation. And then by the time the routes have actually been selected to like a pre-marine survey stage or landing site has actually been selected, we've already had that one JART meeting under our belt, and it's a lot easier to re-engage with either the entirety of agencies or individually with agencies if we have continued questions or things like that. So just from practice and working in other states on these types of things, that's typically how it's done. But agree with you that it should be early on in the process and not when things have been absolutely defined in the design.
Thank you for that, Ryan. Laurel?
Given what Ryan just said, is the trigger of the easement application the way it should be worded? Or, that would be the time when it was already chosen, the location, right? Right, likely. It's just a question.
I think the generalized route, yes, because how would you know which local jurisdiction to bring to the JART and or which local community would be important to engage with?
You need to know where you want to land.
Yeah.
Then within that city, you would potentially have some alternatives, but you should have narrowed down where it is you want to go to then engage in a JART. But I think pre-application is the time frame that's appropriate to hold it.
Did that answer your question, Laurel?
Yeah, so pre-application, but is that what it said? I don't know. I think it's the slide before that.
I don't know if that's what it says, but
yeah, that's
see
my
if-
point, is that if it's after they've already applied, then maybe they already have everything finalized.
yeah, like the application of an easement shouldn't trigger the JART in the first instance. It should really be like pre-application effort to first trigger the JART. That's where I've always done it in other states. Again, kind of early stage. I know what city I want to land in. I know what my offshore route is roughly going to look like. But I want to vet the permit feasibility of this, and therefore it's easier to do it collectively with all the agencies. It's the board.
Excellent. Thank you, Laurel and Ryan. I think that's good thing that needs to be clarified in here. Blake?
If I may,
Go ahead, Andy.
I think when we were thinking about part 5, we were looking for that initial regulatory trigger, which would be the signal that there's a project coming. I don't think there was any other mechanism by which the state has knowledge of a project coming to us. So I think that's why an easement was selected as the first potential part of that process. So,
I think similar to some other language that we've previously reviewed that's saying, strongly encourage communication and coordination and all that, is within this section C, I get that, yeah, there has to be a regulatory trigger. Otherwise, it's just the prerogative of the project team to wave our hands and say, hey, we have a potential project, and you have no idea if that's coming or not. But there could be some language incorporated in this to say that the state strongly encourages applicants or potential applicants to request the convening of a JART at a pre-application stage, so on and so forth.
Blake?
Thanks, Marcus. Yeah, I just wanted to point out that I'm not certain if section B states that you know, that easement application is the trigger. It just says that DSLs shall coordinate the review of that application as, you know, described, you know, below. And you know, we're convening that JART during the pre-application. So to me, it does kind of, the language does say that, you know, we're not using the easement as a trigger, but what would we have to use right now? You know, we typically get approached by an applicant, you know, it, you know, could be a month before they're ready to apply, or it could be a year before they're ready. And you know, they are coming to us. We're not, you know, we can't find them. We don't know where, you know, who's putting in cables where. They have to come and tell us that they would like to do this. So it makes it difficult to have a pre-application requirement because that makes it wholly incumbent on the applicant to initiate that process. You know, they would essentially have to come to us and say, we want a JART, because we don't know what cable plans are out there, unless I'm, you know, unless I'm missing something. But I feel like, you know, there's got to be a better trigger. I just don't know what that would be. It can't be the easement application, because when we get it, it's typically, you know, that landing site is known. They know where they want to put that beach manhole cover, and you know, there might be some differences in the final route because of some, you know, local geographies that they weren't aware of at the time. But for the most part, they know what route they're going to take, because they've already coordinated with OFCC to kind of, you know, finalize that route. So I feel like there's got to be a separate trigger. I just don't know what that might be.
Ryan?
I hate to recommend something be required, but it could just be that applicants are required to request a JART before any applications are filed, or something of that nature. Because then it gives you some assurances that projects will come down the line at the appropriate time early enough to kind of combat some of the issues that have arisen in the past. And it's kind of in the interest of the project anyway to do that, to get agency buy-in and feedback at an early stage, so that that also circumvents the risks of running into issues or conflicts later on anyway.
Thank you, Ryan. Laurel?
I was just going to ask, I know we have language in part 5 triggering a JART, and I don't know if somebody could take a look at that, because it does require the JART somehow, if I remember correctly. So maybe there's helpful language or not. I don't know.
I
can't
can take a
remember.
look at part 5, not during this meeting, because we're kind of running out of time here. But I can take a look at it to see what that language says. Scott, did you have something to add before?
Yeah, just that this goes back over 20 years when the Department of State Lands had a man named Jeff Croft was in charge of handling submarine fiber optic cables for the state. And he did this very thing. It wasn't called a JART at that time. It was just, it was just kind of a coordination meeting. But he'd invite the Corps, ODF&W, all the major players. And I don't recall that there were cities involved at the time, but Fish and Wildlife, I think, would get invited from the Federal Fish and Wildlife. And it was just a simple meeting. I think several of them were at DSL office in Salem, and they'd just say, here, present the project. And here's what you're going to need. They'd explain carefully to the applicant. Each different agency would say, well, here's what we're looking for. This is what we'd like. And so it's kind of interesting that now 20 years later, we're coming kind of back to what was a informal but very good process from many years ago.
Thank you, Scott. I think that at this time, we're already kind of over time, so I don't know that we're going to get through all of these draft amendments here during the meeting. So I really strongly would ask the working group members to take a look at these and send me any written feedback that you have. And we can go over these as well as any new amendments during the next meeting. Let me kind of move on to the next section of our meeting, which is planning for this next meeting, because we still had quite a few slides. Oh my goodness. All right. So for the next meeting, I will have a summary of this working group meeting sent out to you, as well as the second draft of proposed amendments based on the discussions that we had during this meeting, and any written feedback that you get to me. There will be a final draft of the best practices study sent out. I don't know if that final draft will be available a week before our next meeting, because the deadline for it is the end of this month, and I think that our just the way that the meetings are set up, there's not a week of time between that and the next Wednesday, but I will send it to you as soon as it's there. And then any updates that we receive from the Dogami study, I will send on as well. Are there other topics that anybody has for the next meeting?
Well, we're going to have try and schedule a subcommittee meeting to look at that suitability. So that'll be a follow-up from today's meeting.
Andy, who should we expect to hear from regarding that? Yourself or Marcus?
Marcus will be the one coordinating that.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll reach out to the folks who volunteered. Thank you for volunteering. And if anybody else is interested, you can shoot me an email and I'll add you into that that list of folks as well. I'll also be sending out the questions that Reed posed at the end of his presentation earlier today, so that if we can get written feedback on that from anybody who has who would like to have their input looked at. And then also, if you can take a look at Ryan's best practices study and get any written feedback from that back to me by next Wednesday, that would be very helpful for him, I'm sure. So any other thoughts for the next meeting? Lene?
I know that you were also going to send out an inquiry for folks to give you feedback about doing a field trip.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll be for the, I will be sending that out. That'll be for the March meeting.
Right.
But yes.
Okay, thank you.
But I want to get that scheduled as far ahead of time as possible so that we can figure out logistics. Any other comments on topics for the next meeting?
I think we're just all waiting for the bell to ring, Marcus.
Excellent. Yeah, I can see that. Thank you all for sitting through this all day with me today. I think it was really productive. I really appreciate all the feedback that that I received on the draft amendments, and I really appreciated Reed and Ryan. Tara, did you have something to say?
I was just going to note a comment in the chat on getting draft amendment language in Word document and or doing it in a shared document so that we can all see each other's comments or comment on each other's. I mean, I don't know how engaged we want to be. I know unless you want to act as sort of the filter of all feedback, it might be useful for us all to see each other's comments and weighing in, especially from agencies, et cetera. That could be very useful for for some of us who are not as in depth on some of the processes. So I will defer to you on how you want to do that, but I think a shared document could be very useful. And I think in the Rocky Habitat process, that was often how the group worked together.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. I'll confer with Andy about that after this meeting, and I'll let everyone know in an email. If there are no other things that people would like to add for the next meeting, then I just want to thank you all for being here today, and I guess we can adjourn for the day. So thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye, thank you.